being live is just a symptom of subs, is what Tierf says. I think that's fair. Thank you, everyone. You're all so sweet. Like, thank you, Ursa, and thank you, Aiken, and thank you, Grezzy. I know she's probably not here anymore, but, let me go, where's my little thank you? A thank you for an Ursa, and a thank you for a Sir Aiken, and a thank you for a lovely Grezzy. Thank you. Ink says, I thought subs made you sneeze bubbles. You know? I'll let you know. If I start sneezing bubbles, then I'll confirm it. Well, thank you. Yeah, well, hello, everyone. I do have hands this time. We're not just staring at the paper. And I have 5 different types of blue nail polish to debut today. So I wore them all. Might have been suds, actually, it says ink. You know, I think being ink does make you have somewhat different anatomical experiences, I would imagine. Dear says, they made me sneeze. Oh, sneezy subs, I see. I see everyone has different. A hellhound will have sneezes. Inks will have suds. Intruder says, extra on the nail polish. Oh my gosh. I actually have an anti-review. Don't get this one. It sucks ass. It's on both of my middle fingers, and I'm gonna... Can I give a middle finger? Is that TOS? I would give a middle finger to this nail polish. What is it called? Miami Ice? It's because it's not water, it's ice, and we're here for water type today. Fuck this nail polish. This one sucks. All I have to do is breathe on it and it chips. I have redone this middle finger 6 times since yesterday. That's some bullshit. I know I don't have top coat, but there's no excuse. Tara says, damn, you were ready to anti-review. I was. Meanwhile, this shit you would think is like some cheap-ass bullshit because it's like insta-dry nails. They're on my pinkies and my thumbs. They're radical. They're actually really great. This is like the only nail polish I'm getting from now on. I guess actual review. The other 2 were just fine. They're different brands, I guess. They're okay. But this isn't a nail polish stream. I cannot express how much I've redone my nails in the past 24 hours so that I can have blue ones today to match my blue gradient. Which I guess you can't see the gradient, you can only see the end of it. Sweater for this blue themed day. Intruder 6969 says, also Bluey in the corner. Alright, here's a story. I have 4 different missing water Pokemon that are supposed to be here. A Squirtle, a Choodle, an Azumarill, and a Duat. But I'm moving soon, and I packed them all up like a dumbass. They were decorating the living room, so like, I'm supposed to have, I was like so excited for this stream, because I have like no fire type or grass type Pokemon. But like, when water type was gonna come around, I was so stoked. I was like, I even have Duat, like one of my favorite water starters ever. And I packed them up. So these are just the few that I had on my bed or lying around, including Bluey. But I'm like, she's the best water starter. What can I say? Tira says, I like matte nail polish because it makes me think of eggshells. You know, that's fair. I also like white nail polish, so I guess that would be like super eggshelly. And Surican says, silly rain. Yeah, for sure. Intruder says, also, is that a knit Quagsire? Yes, it is. Good eye. I got this for my birthday this year. So, Brevs' mom made this for me. She made it. She made it herself. I named it Konpeki because, it's perfect. Also perfection. But just perfect. I love it so much. So, I guess now we'll kickstart the necessary introductions. We have my giant-ass Quagsire that doesn't fit on the screen. It's the first Quagsire I ever got. We got my Manaphy. I got it really cheap one day at a store. It was like $5, so I was pretty happy about that. We've got Ellie Minami from Love Live, if she lets me hold her to the camera. Very shiny. This was a surprise box I got at an anime convention when Muse merch was still a thing in Love Live and not just every other unit. Don't make your arm fall off. Just go back where you were. Be kind to me. Be kind to my soul, like everyone else is being. And Intruder6969 says, I love it! And Tierf says, that's so cute! I know! I'm so grateful. I was like in tears when I got it. I never expected someone to make me a Quagsire. For the surprise box, I got it. And at the time, I was like in college, and I hated Ellie for some reason. I think she's great now. I think she's perfectly fine. She's my least favorite Muse member. I was like, fuck Ellie. And so whenever I got the surprise box, my one thing was, I'll be happy with anyone as long as it's not Ellie. And naturally, I only got one, and it was Ellie. So now I guess she's got a fun story. And that actually kickstarted a really long experience where every time I got a surprise box, the one I wanted least I would get. But I started to like everything a lot more as a result. So I guess that was just life teaching me, you know, it's not that bad. We got Hangyodon from Sanrio, which also was a surprise box character that I was like, it's the one I want the least. And I got him. I don't know what's the trend. But I like Hangyodon now. So again, it worked out. We got our water Miku just because Project Voltage ended its designs yesterday, and what is it? They started their new songs today. Deco 27 just did one. I'm gonna say hot take, I think Deco 27's music is mid. I'm sorry. I know everyone loves it a lot. I'm just not that into it. But I once tried to be like, oh, I know a Deco 27 song I really like. It's what is it? Weekly Shonen Bye Bye. And then I googled it, and that's a Pinocchio P song. And I was just like, wow, I can't believe the one song I stretched to really like from Deco 27 isn't even a Deco 27 song. Their music videos are cool though, and I love their imagery. They hire really great artists. But there we go, a water Miku. Tara says, damn, I'm usually pretty lucky with that stuff. I usually get the exact one I want. Oh my gosh, we can never meet and get surprise boxes together. I'll ruin your luck. Keep that luck. Konoha says, you have to look at the one you want and say you don't want it. I've started to try and do that. Reverse psychology. I did try really hard to get Knuckles in a surprise box recently. And I got Tails and Sonic. So it's like, you know, you got the closest things to I gave the Sonic to Revs and I'm the Tails. So I was like, that's fair. I'll take it. There's no bad. I feel like at this point, I just get surprise boxes where there's none I hate. And then I always win. Dara says, some of the Project Voltage designs, I was like, I cannot try and guess what type this is. The only one I was thrown off by was the ground type Miku. So like, Quagsire is my favorite. Who's like a water and a ground type. So I was really, really hoping there was a Quagsire Miku. Apparently I was not the only one, because someone else I saw online was like, why couldn't there be a Quagsire Miku? So I was like, I like the ground one. It's like a Miku, she had like green hair. And her whole outfit was kind of green, so I thought she was Dragon Miku because they drew her with a Flygon, which I'm not like a Pokemon expert, believe it or not. So I don't know if Flygon really is Dragon, but I thought it was Dragon Ground. So they drew her with a Flygon, and I was like, oh cool, this must be Dragon Miku. And I didn't translate the Japanese because I didn't think to. I was just very certain it was Dragon Miku. And so we're all the way up to the last two Mikus, and I'm like, we have fighting and ground left. I'm surprised they left ground to the end. It's such a bizarre type. It's not really like a fan favorite. But that means I still have hope for Quagsire Miku. And then sure enough, fighting comes out, and I'm like, they're not going to end this on ground, right? That just seems kind of anticlimactic for others. Not for me, of course, but for others. No, it turns out that the Dragon Miku this whole time was ground Miku. And that was the one Miku that really tripped me up, and I was like, what on earth is this Miku? She wasn't Dragon. She was ground. Ground type was a Flygon Miku, and we never got a Quagsire Miku, so I guess I gotta make my own Quagsire Miku. Nurse says, okay, I'm back. Cute nails. Thank you. They were a bitch, but worth it for today. These two look really similar in color. I swear they're different. But, and this one looks gray, but it's called Slow Motion. So I know it's blue. It's kind of like my hair color. Oh my goodness. My shaky ass nails. I don't know if you can even see that. Godona says, I know I saw them all, but for the life of me, I don't remember ground. So, you know, like Sand Planet Miku, she gives off those vibes. She's got green hair, which, why I thought dragon, of course. It looks kind of scaly too, and she's got a giant ass Flygon. She looks like she, like, travels the desert and recruits bandmates. Which, like Sand Planet Miku. She just gives Sand Planet Miku vibes. I like her a lot. I am disappointed we didn't get a Quagsire Miku. I think that would have kicked ass. Ursa says, they are different, right? It's like a grayish blue. Yeah, they're all 5 different colors. I can put them all on screen. Whop, whop. I tried to gradient them the best I could. Knock this shit over. There we go. You witnessed a crime on camera. But I have them nearby because I literally had to fix them 15 minutes before stream. They are dry somehow, but they will chip probably on stream, and I'll be so sad. But I can't be that sad because everyone's here with me. So continued introductions. We've got Yufuin N from Boebu, the blue guy. Of course, the Pokeballs that have been here each time, and we still had enough here that I didn't need to get all the Pokeballs out, which I didn't pack just in case. They are currently sitting in an open box that I'm going to pack immediately after stream. Chinchou, which is one of my first Pokemon plushies. I love Chinchou. Bluey, as we discovered, best Pokemon. A watermelon coaster for my water, even though I put my water over here. I tried. There's this cat Rainy knocking everything over. You know it. That's my professional title is Cat. And then this I got at the latest con. I was so excited. It's a little Quagsire. Oh my gosh, how close do I need to get you to screen for you to stop being so brilliant? It's just your life, isn't it? Being this shiny. I'm gonna knock it all apart. But it's so cute. Ursa says, so cute! Tara says, that's awesome. I was so happy to find it. There's like these like $25 surprise boxes, which I think is definitely too much, but for Pokemon. They're these ones. And they've been doing series for them. They have like a bajillion different ones. And I always said the only way I'm going to do one of these $25 surprise boxes is if Quagsire's in one of them. And then I went to the con, and they had them all open for you, so you knew exactly what you were going to get. So I didn't even need to surprise box it. I was just like, holy shit. And it was $20 instead. So it's like $5 off, and it's like a Quagsire for sure. Holy shit, I cannot pass. And it still feels silly to pay $20 for such a tiny character, but you do like put it together. It's got like a lot of detail to it. It's pretty well made. And it's Quagsire, so of course it's worth it. Kunoa says, yes, I also ignore my coaster and place my water elsewhere. Yeah, when it's like a water bottle, it's like, I guess I can put it anywhere. It's not going to leave any condensation, so it's whatever. And I would perish for the Quagsire. I would too! Thank you! We'll fight and die by it. I don't know how powerful it is as a Pokemon, so it might need our help. I just know it's powerful to the soul. Ink says Quagsire is unbothered, moisturizer, in its lane. Yeah, that is a moist Pokemon in its lane. Because I actually had enough big shit to cover this area, yeah, all the introductions are done. This is complete. Thank you for coming to Rain's bullshit on the counter day. I like having setups where I can do stuff like this. I'll miss hand cams whenever this is actually all said and done. I also don't know if I gave like a professional, courteous thank you for being here today. I was so bombarded by love and kindness upon my entrance here. I may have lapsed in judgment, which is an easier thing to say than taking accountability for just totally whiffing on a proper introduction. But hello everyone, I hope you're doing well today. Ink, I am so glad to see you again, and I'm glad to hear you're doing good. And I hope everyone else is doing really well too. Like, how are you, Tira? How are you, Ursa? How are you, Kudono? And if Icken's still there, how are you? As we start the puzzle. And as I put my headphone back in my ear, I gotta hear the Alolan music too. How else am I gonna get in the vibes? There is so much fur on this. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna slowly put pieces on the board to try and avoid as much fur and hair as possible. I am so sorry. Ursa says, I'm okay watching the cutest boy in the world. Aw, thank you. I do deserve that title. I'm just kidding. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's always nice having you here. Oh my god, we can't already be dropping pieces off. I have big sleeves today. Kunoa says, I'm doing pretty good, just vibing. Oh good. Glad to hear you're doing okay. Ursa says, well, waiting for my dinner with my coffee here. Ha ha ha. Oh, you're planning on staying up with me. I appreciate it. That's being very presumptuous. If you have other things to do today, I didn't mean it. I hope your coffee's good and that you have good creamer or good milk. How do you take your coffee? If I were to drink coffee, I would have a very potent creamer and a ton of sugar because I hate coffee and the way it tastes. So I need a lot of stuff to disguise it. But I don't drink coffee because I have ADHD and caffeine has no effect on me. And so if it doesn't taste good and it doesn't keep me up, then I have no purpose to it. First it says with cocoa powder. Ooh, that's cool. I feel like hot cocoa and coffee could have a very good mix together. Oop. Goodness gracious. Choco coffee. Ooh, I feel like you could sell that. If that's not already being sold, I think you could sell that. Off screen, you are not witnessing it. I am pulling so much fur out of these puzzle pieces so that I'm not just slapping cat fur down on. The cats also, I had to reset everything twice because my cat came by and then walked through everything to get to the windowsill. And I was like, are you for real? And then Brevs' cat came by and then knocked everything down to get to the windowsill. And I was like, are you serious? I'm gonna beat you guys. And then they both ended up hanging out in the living room anyways. They really didn't need to be knocking all my stuff over. Ink says, I kind of just drink coffee for the routine. I think it's good to have a routine. I do that most days with some decaf tea. Because again, I don't need the caffeine, but also caffeine, as of like a year ago, caffeine does kind of hurt my body. So I try not to have it, even in things where, like, I used to have caffeinated tea, and then I was like, even though it doesn't affect anything, it's just easier to find than decaf tea. Now I go out of my way to get decaf, and it's the same. It's good, but it's good for routine, I agree. Kuno says, I side-eye coffee because I don't like the flavor much, yet I was forced to drink black coffee when I was learning barista stuff. Oh dear. At least, was there like a coffee you liked specifically? I know Brevs is a coffee fiend, a coffee machine, and Sheila's like different ones. So she's like, oh, I like this kind of roast, and I like this flavor. I hope there was at least one black coffee that was decent to learn. Ursa says, ha 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 ha, cavities. I think as long as you brush your teeth after you drink something so sugary. Yeah, also, coffee breath is a thing. Everyone in my family drinks coffee, and you can tell after the morning before the noon. You're like, oh gosh. I don't know why. I don't know what is so potent about it. I remember there's like been several times, I feel kind of bad. Some people go into a cafe and are like, ooh, get a whiff of that coffee smell. But I've walked into my living room twice and been like, where is the cat shit? Did the cat shit somewhere? Why does it smell like cat shit? And then I hear the coffee pot, and I'm like, oh, well now I feel kind of bad because it's just what Brevs is about to drink. I just thought it was the litter box needing to be changed. And that's not in a hyperbolic situation. That is unfortunately just how I perceive the smell of coffee. Kanona says, I like drinking some with caramel stuff, but it was pure black coffee I had to drink. Ugh. That sounds awful. You say you are not a happy camper during those mornings. I wouldn't be either. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. I absolutely love the smell of the coffee, though. I'm glad you like the smell. I think then at least you can work in a cafe and, like, you can enjoy your time there. I think if I worked in a tea-only cafe, I would love the smell. Like, those tea places, there's a good smell. Minersa says, no, not cavities, but cat activities. Cativity. Oh, okay, let me revisit. Ha ha ha, captivities. Brev says, LOL, living with a coffee robot doesn't help. Yeah, it's funny because my last roommate also ate and drank everything I didn't like because she really liked soda and sweets. And I don't really drink soda and I don't really like sweets. Then I moved in with Brevs, and Brevs also drinks and eats a lot of things I don't like. And so I was like, wow, it's like we just keep completing each other. I just keep moving in with people who will eat all the things I won't. But then Brevs eats beans and coffee, and I hate the smell of both of those things. And I was like, oh, I didn't run into this with the sweets problem. Actually, I did a little bit, because if my last roommate had sweets that were, like, really, really potent. Like, you know when you have, like, one of those candles that's like a vanilla candle? I hate that. I cannot smell that. Like, the powerful, powerful smell of sweets. It's like, it's powerful sweets, or powerful beans, be them coffee or edible beans. They really just get to me. So I love the idea of drinking tea. I should really do that more. What kind of tea would you want to drink? I always recommend black tea myself. But otherwise, herbal teas are really good. I don't quite recommend citrusy teas or fruit teas. I'm just not big on them, because I also don't really drink a lot of juice. I do like cider, though. Like, especially if it's, like, New Year's and you're celebrating. I feel like some sparkling cider is a good way to celebrate. We almost have all the puzzle pieces on the board. It's a very slow descent into doing the race. I'm not racing. I don't need to work fast. Oh, no! A piece dropped. I will say, I think that this is one of the harder puzzles of the main 3. Get all this fur out of here. Because the fire and the leaves go a direction, but the water, I think, doesn't really go a direction at all, as you can see from the poster preview on the left. It's, like, just kind of sporadic in a bit. Like, the bottom left and the bottom right both have really similar colors, like, in the corners. And then the upper left and the upper right are both really similar, and there's no, like, really, it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of direction since all the waves spiral. This is a bit harder. Also, a lot of the water pet Pokemon do have similar colors, while the fire type and the grass type do have, like, different greens and reds, so I was able to just pick up a piece and be like, I know who this is immediately. But with the water type, it's actually a lot harder to figure out. So we might be here a sec. We'll find out. Alright, now I just have to pick up the one I dropped. Make sure I didn't drop any more. Oh shoot, and I have to let my cat out. I'll be right back. Winnie, go ahead. You're being so quiet and polite. Kudono says, I would have struggled with the grass one. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of variety between, like, Turtwig, where there's a lot of brown, and then there's, like, Bulbasaur that's, like, teal for some reason. That, like, I feel like I didn't get too lost, and, like, Cyndaquil's almost, like, a dark, like, black color, but it's, like, blackish green. I feel like, I'm trying to think of which ones are the most confusing. His Chespin's even kind of like a lime green. Maybe Trico and Snivy had the most shared colors among the group, but the leaves did have kind of like it was hard to recognize the pattern in those as well. Ink says, I just remembered that I went to McDonald's the other day, and I felt really embarrassed for ordering a Happy Meal, because they had a Pokemon promo with trading cards as the toy. Well, if it makes you feel less embarrassed, I have definitely gone there 3 times to get the same promos. Adults getting Happy Meals is wonderful. Also, Happy Meals are just great portions. I usually get a Happy Meal and then, like, one of the burgers on the side. Because I'm like, oh, then I can get chicken nuggets, like a 6-piece chicken McNugget Happy Meal. And I can just get a burger. And that's, like, my standard default meal. It's only every now and then, like, once a blue moon, that I actually get just a chicken sandwich made for adults. But I always get the Happy Meals and see what random-ass toy I get. That's how I got stuck with, like, a bajillion Avengers. And every Scooby-Doo member except Scooby-Doo. I don't know how it kept happening. I would never get Scooby-Doo. I wasn't trying for it or anything, but, I mean, you just figured at some point the titular member would appear. Kudono says, it would have all looked the same to me. I do not perceive green well. Oh, shucks. Well then, yeah, I guess that would have posed, like, quite the difficulty. Bev says, yeah, fuck the system. Be happy with a Happy Meal. Yeah, we all deserve happiness. Who said that happiness was only for children? Bullshit. But also, do you like your cards you got in your Happy Meal? I still have been trying to avoid the latest generation because Ergo and I haven't tier listed Sword and Shield yet, and then we're going to tier list Scarlet Violet characters. And I'm like, wow, how exciting and how different and fun it would be if I didn't know any of them. I have since, of course, seen some because I'm on the internet. Of course, I'm going to see some of them. Even Project Voltage had the final evolution of Fuecoco, I think, which I hadn't seen until Project Voltage showed it. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's a bit of a bummer, but it's okay. I'll make it. I'll be fine. I think this is actually Poplio. Intruder6969 says, I just learned that there's a Pokemon Center X Van Gogh Museum crossover. Yeah, I know! I've only seen the one Pikachu picture. Like, do they have more? Because I haven't, like, looked into it, but I've seen, like, the articles and, like, the titles. Is there, like, what's that like? Because, like, I guess if you just learned about it, you're probably where I'm at, too, and you've probably also just seen that Pikachu, but, like, I want to see more. I think Quagsire would look great in that style. And Cardona says, to be fair, I have also gone to get the McDonald's Pokemon stuff. Heck yeah! You're among kindred spirits, Ink. Ink says, they were cool. I also saved the box, because it was the cute Pikachu one. Yeah, right? Those boxes are so cute. They always end up getting grease on mine, so I can't save them. But, also, I save, like, way too much shit, so I tossed them. But I did save whenever Across the Spider-Verse was doing a promotion with, Burger King. I did save their Burger King hats. I asked for 2 of them. And me and Brevs did. And so we have the Burger King crowns that have Miles Morales' little, eyes on it. Real goofy stuff, but Brevs and I have definitely gone to McDonald's before and just asked for the toys, like when they had Thai Beanie Babies. I went in and was like, what variety do you have? I will just buy them. And sure enough, we did just buy the toys. I don't want to be like that adult that like buys them out and scalps them or whatever, but I'm also not going to be the adult that holds back and doesn't get toys myself. What the heck? Who do you think I am? I deserve toys. Intruder6969 said they ran out because scalpers bought everything. They're trying to get more, lol. Aww. They ran out where you're at, like the Poke promo? That's awful. I hate that. See, like, scalpers are just the worst. I'm like, just get what you want and then leave. Like, this is ultimately for the kids. So if you're, like, gonna scalp stuff that's meant for children, if you're just gonna scalp stuff in general, actually, I'm gonna take that back. I think scalping is just a really shitty practice. Making money off of, like, making content inaccessible to people, when, like, people worked so hard on it, and, like, they put their all into it, and you're just gonna be like, I'm gonna profit off of making your content harder to get, and harder for more people to enjoy, and I'm just gonna enjoy it by making people pay an arm and a leg for it. And I'm like, you know what? I think you're just a shitty person. Not to be confused with the people who just, like, have something, they're tired of it, it's not what they expected, and they sell it. That's perfectly fine. And Ink says, I can't believe it's almost the very scary month of October. I know, same! On my bucket list, my VTuber list of things I wanted to get done this year, one of them was stream once a month. Ha 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 ha. And one of them was finish my Monster-tober/VTuber art I've been doing. I'm only like 4 away. I'm really hoping I can actually get them done. I started Monster-tober with VTubers as like the prompts last year, and I never got it done, but I'm like seriously like 4 days away, so if I can just do one a week in this spooky month of October, I'm excited to finally say it's done. Rose says scalp all the scalpers. I mean, you did just come back from watching Saw. I think that's probably would be what Jigsaw would do. Kurno says scalpers are just sad. Yeah, like, what do you profit off of making things inconvenient for others? That's so shitty. Tariff says scalpers are evil. They are! Like, that is like villain behavior. Intruder6969 says, OMG, it's almost Halloween. I know! I'm gonna try to go as Quagsire this year. While I, like, hand out Pokemon cards to the kids. You guys have any costume plans? And Tara says, well, usually those people are selling it immediately with the intent to overprice it. Yeah, like, the only other people who would sell it immediately would be people who got it as a gift and didn't want it, or people who got it and it's not what they expected, or some sort of misinformation might have happened to them. And I'm like, okay, that's fine, but, and if they sell it, or like if you sell your stuff down the line as more expensive, yeah, that's a very different story, separate from scalping. But, Kadona says, I still love the Witch Me you drew. Thank you so much for that again. Yeah, absolutely! Thanks for being one of, like, if not the first prompt. I think you might have been the first prompt on that list, if not, like, the first 3. I think Akido was the 3rd. But, thanks for getting me in the groove and being an inspiration. Bro says, dude, scalpers should be the main victims in the next Saw. Yes. John Waters, is that his name? John Waters just really, really wanted the next Super Mario Odyssey game, the sequel. And he was so devastated when it was going for bajillions of dollars. And instead of just buying it, because he apparently has money? I've never watched Saw, you can correct me on this. He decides to scalp the scalpers. Ink says, I can't imagine doing a whole seasonal art event. I think maybe I just take my sweet time to draw. Valid. I totally understand. I only got into doing, like, seasonal art events in college. I did it twice successfully by making sure I did just, like, small ink doodles, no color or anything. They started progressively getting more intense because I think you can only do so many doodles before you really want to put your heart into a piece. And it's hard to just, like, reel yourself back. And it became more taxing, and so by the end of each art seasonal event, it just got kind of tiresome, and I didn't have a fandom I cared that much about after the 2 years I did it successfully. So I was like, you know, I'm going to cut my losses. I did it twice. And then last year I tried to do it again. I was like, I'm going to redo it. If there's nothing to inspire me like my fellow VTubers, then I don't know what else there is. And I was very inspired, but I was going way too ham. I started spending way too much time on them all. And I tried to work it back. I'm going to really try to work it back this time. I think seasonal events only work for me if I make sure they are, like, no underlying layer, very simple art piece. Dear says, no, John Waters is a separate person. Oh. John Waters is a different guy? Ink says, I'm making a profile pic for October, and I'm almost running out of time. Oh no. I hope you can get it in time so you can celebrate with if you can't, Grezzy's doing these cute Halloween, your character here's, Grezzy art plug. They're super adorable, and it's my icon right now, is Grezzy did these, like, trick-or-treat art pieces, and it's super cute. Ursa's got one as his icon to celebrate, and Grezzy's got hers to celebrate. Definitely recommend. But otherwise, best of luck getting in time. Intruder69 says, the main character I saw is Jimmy Puzzleman. I don't think that's correct. Tara says true. I only know him by the actor name Tobin Bell. I can't tell now if everyone's trying to gaslight me, but that's a really cool name. I hope that that's that guy's name. Bev says John Kramer is Jigsaw, and he's middle lower class. Oh man, the director of Pink Flamingos, John Waters, tortures people in a different way. Oh, that's right. Brevs and I have talked about John Waters and John Kramer recently, so that makes sense. I confused the two. Oh man, Tier, do you know who John Waters is? But yeah, okay, John Kramer. For some reason I had the idea that John Kramer had lots of money. I guess it's the really intense traps that he makes. Like, how do you get a radiation machine? And Tier Monsieur says, mine was awesome. Grezzy does have good spoopy your character hears. No, that is the guy's name. Oh, that is that guy's name. Okay, cool. And yeah, Grezzy has really good your character hairs. Like 3 different ones. You got a pumpkin patch, you got a witch one, and the trick-or-treat. Totally recommend the trick-or-treat. Rose says, Tobin Bell's the actor. Cool. Derek says, I do. Oh, for like a costume in mind? Or you do know who John Waters is. Me and my dad watched Pink Flamingos together. I watched Pink Flamingos with Brev's entire family. It was definitely an interesting movie to watch with your in-laws. Brev says, Grezzy's a fucking legend. She is one of a kind. I love Grezzy. Shout out to Grezzy out there. I hope she's having a great work day. I'm torn on trying to piece this shit together or just putting it where I know it goes. Like, I'm like, you go here. Surely. We got Piplup pieces. We got the nose of Totodile. The eye of Totodile. Pretty sure this... This is Oshawott. Okay, Oshawott pieces. Took me a sec. This is Totodile. This is Piplup. Then this has got to be part of Oshawott too. Brev says, Mom did not like the chicken scene, and it avoided my experience very much. Ha ha ha. That's awesome, and I hope you and your dad liked it. Yeah, no, Brev's mom did not like the chicken sequence. To anyone listening to this conversation and wondering, who's John Waters and what is Pink Flamingos? There's very intense cinema. There's, like, before a lot of stuff wasn't allowed in movies. Specifically Pink Flamingos is, like, a really wild and obscene time. There's a lot of genitalia, and it's like a comedy, but there is blood and cannibalism. There's a lot of stuff, I guess, as like a trigger warning. It is not for the faint of heart. I was very underprepared because Brevs told me it was a movie about people who were having a trash off to see who's the trashiest person. And I thought, oh, that sounds like a very harmless comedy, and I did not expect what I got into. So unless you're in for a very raunchy, vulgar, and sometimes, well, a lot of times incredibly unpleasant on the eyes, but very interesting experience. Like, if you like are an exploitation film kind of person, you might like it. I'm not, but I still kind of enjoyed my time to an extent. It was certainly an interesting experience that I wouldn't really recommend to most people. This is Piplup. Dear says, oh yeah, my dad already knew about it. He was just showing me. We watch a lot of odd movies together. Oh cool, I'm glad your dad's so open-minded. And Dear says, he had me find Human Centipede because he was told about one scene and told me to check it out, and I informed him it was boring and just shock value, which I am correct. I believe you. And Dear says, that is a true description of the movie, but also somehow misleading. Well, yeah, I was like, oh, they have a trash off. Brevs was like, oh, at one point, someone eats dog poop. And I was like, oh, that's probably the height of the action. No. If you thought that was the worst thing in the movie, it is not, I swear. It is far from it. Bro says, you gotta give it the plot. Yeah, oh my goodness, I can't read. You gotta give it is the plot, though, lol. And I at least compared it to The Greasy Strangler. The Greasy Strangler is not comparable to Pink Flamingos. I would say they're very different movies. They're just both weird. But I would not put them on the same bar of what you can and can't watch. And what you might and might not like. But I still got something out of both of them. We still need to rewatch Greasy Strangler, because we watched it when our speaker was messing up. And it was really hard to hear. Which, as some might guess, Greasy Strangler is Brev's favorite movie, based on the name, not The Greasy Strangler. Rev says, no, that's like the first level. You think Greasy Strangler is the first level of the Pink Flamingos pipeline? Rev says, the second Human Centipede is totally better. Is it? I never watched him. The way you use that emoji makes me think you're suspicious. Also, to recap previous puzzles, Brevs has won on a tie twice these past 2 times, both with Kalos League Pokemon. I am very curious to see if Kalos League is going to win again, and if we will again have a tie. I have no clue what to expect, but I'm excited. This is Squirtle. Do I have a Squirtle pile? How do I not have a Squirtle pile? That guy's OG. This is Mudkip. Oh, I don't have a Mudkip pile either. Priorities. Okay, new Squirtle pile, new Mudkip pile. I'm putting Oshawott with this one piece. That's definitely Oshawott down here. There's Brevs is cheating though, so we do have to keep that in mind. Yeah, you know, Brevs actually comes in here every time I do a BRB and then like moves all of the pieces for the Kalos region to the top so that I do them first. Well, technically 6th. That's the number, right? I'm gonna say it's the 6th, the one who wins, because I kept forgetting to check before going live, and I was like, I need to remember. What's the one who wins? Is it 6th or 7th place? I don't remember. Because we keep getting ties. So it keeps being 6th and 7th place, like, every time. So I'm just gonna say, oh, 7's lucky, though. Oh, but I don't know. Maybe it's too near the end. I'll do 6. But, Tira says, I've never seen Greasy Strangler. The second one is better in that it is at least more interesting, but also more shock value. Oh, okay, for Human Centipede. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's just kind of like, what can we do that's the most obscene thing? More Mudkip? Mudkip's not obscene. It's perfect. Not that obscene things can't be perfect, just not to me. Bro says, oh yeah, just shock value, but at least had a little more plot. Maybe. I got on the same nail polish and everything. Yeah, you come in here. Same nail polish. That's why I showed you guys on camera, so you're in on the bit that Brevs is gonna come paint her nails real quick and then do it. My voice is pre-recorded. I knew what you guys were gonna say. I knew we would be talking about John Waters and John Kramer today. Dura says, and throws like 2 pieces on the floor. Yeah, you just throw 2 pieces on the floor. That keeps happening. I'm gonna try so hard this time, but I wore like the worst shirt for it. Because this shirt keeps knocking pieces off. Well, it only did it once. Knock on wood. May it not happen again. Dura says, yeah, like the MC jerks off with sandpaper, and that is a plot point. Yeah, That does feel like it's just for shock value. You're just kind of like I hear that, and I'm not like, what? I'm like, okay. Like, I'm just kind of defeated. Like, it feels like there wasn't a lot of effort put into the level of shock there. You're just like, oh, wow, that's hard to... I got it. It fell, but I got it. That's hard to watch. I will be picking cat hair out of here till the end. This is the rest of my life. The rest of the stream. Does this go here? No! Why not? Why can't it? A bit more Piplup. I had a friend whose favorite is Mudkip, and I was surprised that he didn't join today. Especially since Mudkip was the last one. These are fun statistics I like every time I take bets. Who is the last Pokemon that anyone chooses? And the last one this time was Mudkip. And I was very surprised because Mudkip's like a whole meme for being beloved, isn't it? Like, I heard you like Mudkips, that's like a meme. And then it was the last to be chosen? Frankly, out of this group, I think my favorite might be Mudkip. I'm not sure. I like Dewott a lot, so it makes me want to like Oshawott, but Oshawott's just alright to me. Totodile is cool. Totodile might be in competition for my favorite water starter. But I really like Mudkip, so I was so surprised no one ever really like it took like the whole hour of betting to get someone to get on Mudkip. But there is a Pokemon for everyone. Someone loves Mudkip out there. Bev says, I just wanted more Marmalade Boy fan art. Yeah, you're rigging the system for your last Marmalade Boy piece. This time, Satoshi. Dear Missy says, yeah, that's kind of how it is. Hard to watch. I'm a jaded individual, so it's kind of like, oh, we doing this? But I definitely know it's a hard to watch. Yeah, like, saying it out loud is definitely, I imagine, a lot easier than just watching it. I think watching it, I'd have to look away. But hearing about it, I'm just kind of like, oh, that's a bit boring. The sandpaper. Intruder6969 said, Totodile is my first and fave starter. It's so good! My friend, who bet on it, they used this gif, and it's like Totodile biting the drill of a Pokemon, and the drill just keeps going, and Totodile keeps flying around, and I'm like, that's so cute! That makes Totodile so much cuter! And Chrono says, I'm surprised Mudkip lasted that much. I know! Every time I'm, like, pretty surprised. I think Charmander might have been the last time, which I understand, because Charmander is probably the most visually boring fire starter. They just kind of got better with time, in my opinion. I like Charmander, but as a starter, it is just a lizard. So, I understand why no one's fighting for it. But at the same time, Charizard's so beloved, I'm like, I don't know, I guess I'm surprised. I expect the OGs to go first, but the only OG Pokemon that went quickly was Bulbasaur, and I think that's because Bulbasaur is actually an interesting design, and I don't think Squirtle and Charmander are that interesting. I don't know if that's a hot take. I think you can just look at them and be like, yeah, that's fair. That's just facts. Rain is so right. Intruder6969 says, also late to this convo, but yeah, Pink Flamingos is a fun time with friends. Yeah, I guess. And he says, I love Mudkip. I have a little plush keychain of it on my back. Then my friend that I was surprised didn't jump in, he has a little plush on his backpack, and I'm like, that's so cute. So, I wonder if it's the same one. They make such cute little plush keychains. I got like an angry, like pissed Pikachu keychain on mine. Dare says, I also considered what Pokemon would look best with me in a drawing. Yes, that's kind of what Brevs was doing in the first two. Was what Pokemon would look good with like a Remy, and what Marmalade Boy character would look good with them. So she was also kind of picking which Pokemon based off of which one. Because I think when the fire ones came out, she was torn on too. But ended up going with Fennekin because she thought it would look better with Suzu. Tyr says, Salamander. Yeah, it's just a salamander. And he says, I wonder how Gen 1 Mons would look with, like, Gen 7 or 9 design sensibilities. Yeah, I do too, because it's like, looking at these guys to the left, I feel like some of them are way more complicated than others. Like, especially in terms of drawing, like, Totodile's got so much face structure going on. It's not just like a circle, like a lot of them are. Most of them are. But then, like, Piplup's got, like, a good amount of decals. It's pretty balanced. Sobble's got, like, a really iconic, like, silhouette, as with Mudkip and Poplio. Like, you wouldn't mistake those three for each other. Froakie's got, like, a good amount of detail going on that makes it kind of complex. And Oshawott, too. I feel like Squirtle is pretty simple, but the complexities of its shell are kind of, like, not, like, complex in the way that you're like, oh, it's like it has a cape on Piplup. It's like, oh, it's just a bunch of lines. So the lines on Squirtle don't really add to it very much, at least in my opinion. Oh, I was about to reread. I'm gonna take a drink of water. My throat is getting dry. So all these questions for VTubers, and it was like, would you hydrate if no one redeemed it? And I was like, yeah. Like, I promise I won't die on you guys. I don't know. There might be like a chatter out there that's like, what? I didn't say you could drink water. But I find that hard to imagine, at least. Because you guys have been so friendly and so nice. It's hard to imagine someone who would be like, I control the intake of your substance. I just wouldn't allow it. I'm sorry. I need water. I don't want to sound like this at the end. My voice is so dry. But I can't imagine. I wonder. There might be someone like that out there somewhere, but it's really hard to imagine. Dara says, I will literally forget to drink. Oh no! Did your voice ever get like hoarse or anything like that? You're like, oh, like something's wrong here. What? Poplio? I think it's Poplio. Oshawott. I can probably put some of these pieces down here together. Specifically, the mouth of Squirtle. I don't know if I want to do this yet, but I'm gonna try. This actually isn't Squirtle, is it? Is it Froakie? I think that's Froakie. It's not. I was wrong. I misjudged the situation. Now I've got pieces everywhere. Alright. Mudkip's probably the one I can start doing work on. Ink says, shame on me for not redeeming it. Oh, no! Save your points! Especially if there's anything else you'd rather do. Then, like, I'll hydrate eventually. So no one should ever feel like they have to or anything. And Dara says, yeah, if I do voice acting heavy stuff, I notice it a lot more. But usually just talking isn't that bad. I'm surprised. I totally get hoarse. Wait, but you do, like, streaming, like, pretty consistently. That makes sense. You probably, like, your throat's, like, used to it and stuff. That's how science on sentient creatures works, right? Ink says, do you think trainers drink their water-type Pokemon's water? Is that, like, weird? If there is some sort of lore that, like, the water that comes from Pokemon from nothing is, like, pure and drinkable, I don't know. If I was a water-type Pokemon trainer, would I drink it? I guess it depends on how desperate I was. I'd sooner just get it from a different source, though. But yeah, I wonder if that is normalized. Pink says, I mean, they eat some Pokemon, so I figure maybe not. Yeah, they don't go in depth enough on the Pokemon's water source. They should. I want to know more about the Pokemon world in general. Dara says, I don't think I'd drink Squirtle's spit unless I had to. I guess that's true. If it's coming out of the mouth, then it does have traces of spit, doesn't it? So, like, it would taste kind of different, and it would be, like, a bit compromised. Rev says, it's actually all piss. I don't know about that. I think the devs would have some sort of argument toward that. Versus spit or swallow water Pokemon water. Yeah, a real spit or swallow question for the ages. That was a really hard sentence to read for, like, no reason. This is Poplio too. Okay, Poplio's got kind of like a teal neck that makes me think of Totodile every now and then, but I have to remember Totodile is, like, way greener than anyone else. That being said, I think these are also Poplio's neck. Because most of the water Pokemon water come from their mouth. I don't want it in my mouth to have to decide. Yeah, you don't want to have to wait until it's there to make a decision. That's fair. Like, let me taste test. That's okay. Alright, we are already in the problem that I said was going to happen, and it's that there's no direction to any of these waves or any of these things. So I have no clue what these sides are. I feel like it's gonna come down to the sides. Rose says, get a lot of prudes in here. I don't know. Define what prude is. Bro says, grow up, guys. Wow. I'm gonna cast you out for bullying, chat. Tear says, never. I will not. Yeah, Tear's Peter Pan for Halloween. I'll never grow up. Did these go here? Oh my gosh. I want to roll my sleeves back, but I have them down for a reason. I don't want to show all my tattoos. But I'm like, alright, that means I gotta pick up pieces. And hold my hands really high over the edge, because I don't want them to get on anything. Tear says, I love being a sociopath. Is that what Peter Pan is? Doesn't he let people in danger just stay in danger? It's like, he kind of reminds me of if Sonic didn't have a moral compass at all. This goes down here or down here. They're the same color, so we'll find out when we get there. This is Froaky's feet. Undeniable Froaky feet. Froaky toes. Bro says, I don't want to get again. And Deer says, oh, I don't want to get banned again. And Deer says, yes, that's a good way to define it. Sonic with no moral compass. Yeah, I wouldn't trust Peter Pan personally. I haven't seen that movie in ages. Wait, did the music cut out? Video pause. Continue watching. What do you mean? We're 1 hour in. Do you think I'm just gonna sit here in silence with only the sound of my beautiful, irreplaceable voice? I would. Ink says, OMG, did y'all read the Amy 30th anniversary comic? I did not. Neither did Tear. I didn't know there was one. I also didn't know it was her 30th. That's so cool. I know Rouge turned 40 this year, technically, if you're like, oh, she was 18 in SA2, then she's technically 40 now. So it's cool that the ladies, the classic ladies of Sonic, are getting some milestones this year. Tear said, and still hot. Oh yeah, some would say hotter. Aging well, Rouge. I don't know what this is. This is so yellow. Oh, is it Sobbles? No. It's Totodile. Okay. I just forgot Totodile as yellow. Tear says, that's me. I say that. You're the people. I'll say it with you. Rouge is a very attractive bat. Rouge is one of the reasons why when people are like, oh, I don't have a furry crush, I'm like, why are you lying to me? Why do you need to look at me? We're all confessing. It's not a crime to have a furry crush. This is Froaky. Okay. Yeah. And Froaky. I feel like when there's characters like Crystal the Fox and like Rouge the Bat out there, and then there's Robin Hood the Fox as well. I mean, I can see why the furry fandom has foxes specifically as kind of like a sex icon. There are so many sexy fox characters. I was at a furry con. Oh no, it wasn't a furry con. It was just a recent anime con. This furry con was the beginning of this year. But I was at an anime con with my sibling, who is like really prominent in the furry fandom. And I was like, oh, what are all the sexy wolves? And we could only find like 2 sexy wolf characters ever. And I was like, wow, really? It is so easy to list off the sexy foxes. In fact, it's hard to not include at least 2 foxes in your sexy furry lineup. Let me see. Chat says, you can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me. Yeah, like, especially since there are so many furries that are just basically human characters, but are very, like, attractive and pretty. It's like, I don't know, you're sure you haven't had a furry crush? If, like, someone really, really doesn't, I'm not gonna pester them about it, but it's just, like, hard to believe, I guess, because there's just so much options out there. Meaning, so Shadow's, like, 70, and he's still in his emo phase. You love to see it. Yeah, you do love to see it. Embrace your style, regardless of age. Deer says, I have a story for you. Ooh, I would love to hear it. Versus his I crush for Eggman. I mean, he's a very powerful and comedic guy. If you're like one of those people who's like, you know, I really like, also he's got sweet shades, but if you're like, you know, I like someone with humor, a good sense of humor. I think Eggman has a great sense of humor. He even laughs when the world's dying, so I feel like you can't really beat that as a sense of humor, if you can find humor in that. Kira says, old ass Shadow. Good Shadow. There's says, peak male physique. Shadow? And Bro says, Banjo-Kazooie always gets me hot and bothered. the duo, or like if they were separate, would they still get you hot and bothered? Tira says Crystal. Or is Crystal a fox? I thought she was a wolf. She's a fox. And Ink says, my first furry crush was Blaze because I had Sonic Rush as a kid. That is so valid, honestly. I mean, Blaze is so pretty. Like, she just has, like, such, and she's got such, like, a powerful, like, presence. Knowing, like, every time that she's, gosh, what was it we were watching recently? We were watching something? Oh, we were watching Sonic, no, we've been watching Sonic X. Gosh, we've been consuming too much Sonic content. I can't get my thoughts straight. There was something with Blaze in it recently that I was like, oh, yeah. We were watching, we were playing Who Murdered Sonic? And Blaze was in it. She just has such, like, a cool, confident vibe. I appreciate it. I like her ponytail. I like that she's just Sonic from a different world, but with, like, a completely different personality. Like, they could have just made her, like, Sonic. But they didn't. They made her own person, and what she is really cool. Also, I love purple characters. I feel like there's very few characters with a purple color scheme that aren't enjoyable. Oh, well, I guess it's Mineta from My Hero. I think most people who've seen that show don't like him. From what I've heard, I can understand why. Oh yeah, but Tira, if you said you had a story. It just occurred to me that by peak physique you meant, Ursa meant Eggman. If humans could be shaped like eggs, that might become the new beauty standard. You're right. Who on earth? Who's basic blue? Oh, this is you. This is totally Mudkip. Mudkip's the only one who's trying here. Ink says, I love Sonic parallels who don't act like Sonic, like Metal and Surge. Yeah, like, I like when they're a little different. Alright, turn the music up a little bit. Just let me know if it's too loud. But yeah, like, I guess, are there any Sonic parallels that are exactly Sonic? I just feel like content in general does a lot of, like, it's alternate world them, and they act very similar, and it's kind of boring. But I don't think Sonic has too bad a problem with that, do they? Because you got Shadow, you got Surge, you got Blaze, then Metal. Yeah, Sonic has so many parallels that are very different people, despite being, like, parallels. Ooh, Tear of Story. Tear of says, want to take a drink. Alright, took a drink. Tear says, so I was playing Gartic Phone with people, and we did the icebreaker, and I told people to make themselves as a Sonic OC, and while we were playing, people were like, oh god, no. And I didn't know it was about my prompt. I was like, oh dang, I wasn't expecting such a negative response to what I would think is a very innocent prompt, but a couple people just straight up put, nope, and didn't try to draw it at all, and I was like, damn guys, you didn't have to draw yourself with your asshole out. Why everyone act like... I didn't even know there was music, so you might need to turn it up, lol. Yeah, the second playlist is, like, way quieter. Alright. How's this? Dira said, actually, it's good now, maybe. I can actually hear it. Oh, shoot! I don't know if I need to turn it back down. This is why you finish reading, friends. But yeah, what the hell is that about? What do you mean, draw yourself as a Sonic OC? People just said nope. Like, oh, I can't. Like, I would never. What do you mean you have to stoop so low just to draw a Sonic OC? Like, that's a fun prompt. Why, like, you don't get that treatment for Pokemon trainers. It's like, draw yourself as a Pokemon trainer, and everyone's like, that's a perfectly respectful thing to do. Sonic just gets the cringe treatment where everyone's like, ooh, haha, it's Sonic. But like, what? Gareth's like, yeah, they definitely acted like it was something devious. What? What's so lewd about Sonic other than Rouge? Like, I don't know, is it because it's like furry adjacent and furries always get that treatment of like, oh, it's furry oriented, so it must be lewd. Which is also kind of annoying as hell. I feel like that was definitely a bit growing up. I don't know if that's still a thing. I hope that's not still a thing. Where the hell? Oh, I just put this in the wrong spot. I thought this was a Piplup pile. It's Oshawott. Rev says, bruh. Yeah, for real. Thanks, I made a Sonic Sona after I obsessed over Mania. Ooh, what's your like Sona animal. Mine's a Scottish fold Necomata, because if I can't make it complicated, then how else am I supposed to perceive reality? I don't think that's possible. And Deer says, well, also as a bunch of streamers, so I figured they'd at least meme it, you know? Yeah, like, at least, like, if I'm like, oh, do you like Mudkip? Then someone could at least be like, I heard you likes Mudkips, or whatever the meme is. I wasn't in on the Mudkip meme until, like, I was told it was a meme, and by then it wasn't a meme anymore, so I'm not exactly sure what the meme was. I think it was just someone saying, I heard you like Mudkips on a forum, and it was, like, contextually funny. Without the context, though, I don't understand. Versus might turn music down by 5%. Roger that. Yeah, they really picked the most rambunctious song after we turned it up. How's that? Thing says, it was a classic character named Scales the Pangolin. Ooh, that does sound classic. I'm googling what a pangolin looks like, because I think I know. That's so cool! That definitely sounds like a Sonic character. Deer says, Scales the Penguin sounds like a legit character. Yeah, for real. Sandshrew. Yeah, it's just Sandshrew. That's so cool. Bro says, also, I think people think of Christian now with Sonic now. Oh, yeah, I mean, then just don't. Like, it's not that hard. She doesn't own it. Ming says, I got kind of scared when I looked at Penguin Sonic characters on Google, and my drawing was like the first result. What? That's amazing. Are you telling me not to Google it though? Because I won't look into it if you don't want me to. And Tiramisu said, oh, maybe. I just was like, damn, okay, guys, I really thought it was innocent. But yeah, maybe because they're streamers, like Burf said, there is like more of that association with Christian. But I'm just like, I don't know, that's such a shame. Christian didn't make the series. She just made a really bad spin-off. People goofed on. Oh wait, this definitely goes over here somewhere. Still can't believe some people said nope. You're telling me you're not going to take the opportunity to draw your Sonic Sona? Like, just try. As someone who's drawn Sonic at least once, it's like addictive. Like, somehow the way that they drew the characters is so fun. Like, the anatomy is just so ridiculous, and while it's hard to work with on a lot of poses sometimes, it's just a great time. Like, 10 out of 10 recommend if you've never drawn a Sonic character, try it at least once. You might actually learn a lot about art, and about what kind of style you want to might try yourself moving forward if you're an artist who's still looking for one. I love the stylization, but the detail at the same time. It works really well. Thorpe says, it's when I say seriously, grow up, guys. Yeah. Not to diss the people you were Gartic fronting with. I'm sure it was just a difference of, you know, like, experience with something. Like, their community clearly just has, like, a different interaction with Sonic, and that's, I mean, they're not evil people for that or anything like that. But yeah, I would also be kind of like, what? That's a really surprising reaction. Let me see. Ink says, it's fine, I just wanted to know if, like, the Archie comics had a pangolin characters, in case I missed a reference of a Sonic Universe pangolin. Yeah, it sounds like the kind of animal they would totally make. I mean, even the, Who Killed Sonic game, the main character is, like, some very specific rodentish animal. So I feel like pangolin would totally be there. Dear says, most people were fine with it, and I drew myself in the Alone on a Friday meme pose. Even when I drew that, people acted like that drawing was salacious, and I was like, it's literally a meme. Alright, I gotta Google this. I'm very meme illiterate. Alone on a Friday meme. Yeah, okay, I know this meme. That's really funny. But not salacious. Like, oh, get terms of service out here. What are you doing? No, that's so funny. I'm guessing your Sonic Sona's a dog, right? Ink says, and now I realize my Sona is just Trip from the new Sonic game. Well, Trip's a Sungazer lizard, isn't she? I think. Yeah, she's a Sungazer lizard, so I think you're all good. Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna start putting these to the side. I cannot work with them yet. They are very ambiguous. But Trip is super cute. I'm excited to play the game. Revs and I, so we pre-ordered it, but it comes out like right after we move. So now we have to, when we move, like try to see if we can get our pre-order to a different location, which we're not super sure that's gonna work out. So ours is just gonna be in limbo, unfortunately, which sucks. But I still look forward to it, even if I don't know where our copy of the game is gonna be whenever it comes out. This is a mouth, but whose mouth? Mudkip's mouth. Haha. I knew the whole time. I didn't need to ask questions. Let's see. Ink says, oh, or in a personality kind of way, sorry. Oh, okay. I don't know too much about her. Isn't she like an adventurer who just kind of wants to like see more of the world? She's kind of sturdy. They like hire her as like a bodyguard of sorts. I don't know too much else though, but the vibe she gives, I like it. There's this thing that one person specifically had a bad experience with their chat with Sonic. They were like, nothing against it, it's a personal thing. And I was like, that's fair, but a fair number of participants did act like it was taboo, which was a bummer. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think if you specifically have got a bad experience with something, that's fair. But it is kind of weird that everyone else was like on board with it. I guess like maybe they read the room and that one person was like, ooh, Sonic, and then everyone else was like, oh, yeah, what they said. Ooh, Sonic. Like, Tirif must be doing this because it's naughty? That's so weird. To me. But I guess it made sense to those other guys based on their experience. And based on that one person's experience, I can understand if they had a bad experience with it. Dear says, 'cause I feel like Sonic's style is very accessible. Even if it's a bad drawing, it's still silly and fun. But I guess fucking not. Yeah, what the hell? I think it is still fun, like whether you know how to draw a Sonic character or not, I just think it is a fun character to draw. This is Squirtle's head. This is Oshawott eye. This is Popliat's arm. Popliat. This is Oshawott's face. That is such a shame. I wish I was in chat with you. I would have been so stoked to draw it, and I would have been very, very confused with you. Oshawott? Yes. Don't forget to ask your friends and family. Oshawott? Okay, I was right. Is this corner? I think. I don't know. This is definitely also Oshawott. No, don't you dare pick up things, Sleeve. I am lifting my arm so much off the table. I do not know if the image, the camera gives it justice. Tara says, Asha, what you up to? Asha, what you up to? Hanging out with my friends, doing puzzles. Asha, what's your favorite Pokemon starter? Oh man. If I say Oshawott one more time, it would remind me of my kid relative. They're older now, but when they were just like really young, they didn't know what a pun was, but they knew that I might have told this story. Stop me if I have. But, they didn't know what a pun was, but they knew that in a show, someone made a pun and they emphasized the word really hard. And then every character laughed. So then my kid relative would go around the house and they would just be like, can I scissors you a question? And I'm like, what? And they're like, I said, can I scissors you a question? Or maybe you want me to scissors the question later? And you're like, ha 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 ha. Like, you had to like laugh because it's a kid telling a joke. But it was like really strange, I guess, because they just kept using scissors for every word. I suppose the pun that was said in the show, it was Bubble Guppies, had something to do with scissors. So they just kept putting the word scissors in for different things and expecting everyone to laugh. Instead, everyone was just very confused, but we still laughed. Of course, we're gonna humor them. We're not monsters. But I think of that every now and then if I say a word too many times. Nurses, I don't know actually. Honestly, starters, I feel like are a little bit difficult sometimes to have a heavy feeling on. But I don't think that's like a common feeling. I think most people... Oh, hello, Shobra! And thank you for the sub! How are you? to Brem MC, and the heavy is dead. Thanks. And Kuruno says, if they laugh, how are they supposed to, or if you laugh, how are they supposed to learn? You're right. We set this kid up for failure. They cannot tell puns in the future. Tira says, I'm a monster. I would not laugh, and they would feel stupid. Honestly, that kid probably would not have noticed. They were very much like just having the time of their life, just saying the word scissors. Tira says, Blake, I'm congested. Oh no, is it allergies? That's what I associate the word congested with. So if not, I'm sorry. But I'm sorry you're feeling unwell. I know you had to cut stream early today, so I hope you're able to take it easy now. Meaning says, I feel really silly when I don't understand a language quirk. Honestly, language is so vast. I think that's why, like, I've been watching the original Tokyo Mimio, and it's a fan dub, the one I'm watching, and they explain to you certain things like, oh, this person says koi, as in, like, the type of love, but the other character misunderstands it as koi, as in, like, the fish. And that's why this next line means this, and they do, like, a little paragraph up top that explains, like, that's why when she said love, she said, what? What do you mean fish? But, like, nowadays, a lot of shows won't explain the, like, language barrier bit to you. They'll just, like, try to make a different joke so that you can still, like, be in the scene, I guess. Which, I understand, but is, like, a huge bummer for me, because I like when people explain the language quirks and, like, why things work out. And I think it's really sad to just, like, have the joke changed or removed. Shober says, something akin to that phenomenon, yes. I have Fluey's cleansing liquid on hand. Oh, thank goodness for Fluey. Always coming in with that. Everything we need. But I don't know if I feel like I do not have enough experience with allergies to give too much recommendation, but I know that there's also, I don't know, anatomy is pretty different too amongst shadows and people. I don't know how you get a hand on it, but what is it? Is it Advil? Advil's what I use. It works for me. It's, like non-drowsy. You only have to use it every now and then because where I live is forsaken and has the only place I've ever lived that has given me allergies is where I live currently. I'm excited to move. Ink says, that's kind of what I like localization. Kind of what I like in localization. So you like when they, like, change the jokes or whatever so that it can, like, be, like, mean different things to fit the same kind of meaning? Because I don't think that's bad. I like when they explain it. And Dear says, Advil is in fact not an allergy medicine. Never mind. I'm not a doctor. Hold on, it's under my bed. Let me check. This is Ray's, like, 5th advertisement today. Oh yeah, Allegra. This is what I use. It's non-drowsy, covered in cat fur, 24 hours. Allegra allergy medicine. It's under the bed, I guess. Being covered in cat medicine's par for the course. Brev says, let a water Pokemon squirt water in your mouth always helps congestion. I don't know if everyone has access to that. Trevor says, perhaps in the future I will try these methods. Thank you. I just hope in the meantime you can feel well soon, and thanks for dropping by, and thanks again for the subs. That's very nice of you. Oh, and I was saying, water-type Pokemon. It's kind of hard to have a feeling on them. But I feel like most people do because they grew up with them and it's the first Pokemon in your party. But I don't really have that same feeling. BB's here. Hello, BB. How are you? Rainy, this is such a cute hand cam setup. Thank you. I have fun doing this. I'm gonna miss it when I go back to just model camming. Intruder 69 redeemed Pokepun. Oh, you didn't get enough of the Oshawott one earlier, huh? Let me go ahead and get you one pulled up. I hope it's not a scam that I don't think of these myself. I can try. I can definitely try. But how are you, BB? And Shobra says, I will remain here. Spectating the building of these puzzles is a joy that is a welcome addition to your commentary. Aw, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy seeing them. This one's definitely slow going. It's the harder of the 3. So, I think it'll make it more rewarding to see it as it goes. Thanks for being here. Ming says, I think having a starter be your favorite Pokemon is really convenient for team building. Oh yeah, because it's like gonna be the best by the end, right? But Pokemon. Let me see. I use this site that has Pokepuns and some of them are not Pokepuns. Oh my gosh, this one's terrible. This is awful. Don't ever do this. But it is a pun, technically. I'm gonna tell you it, but I'm gonna give you an actually, like, morally okay pun. This is a morally unsound one. It says, how do you hit on a cute person playing Pokemon Go? Tell them, I'd like to Pikachu when you're naked? Who the hell submitted this? Vivi says, I have a little bit of nausea, but I had to pop in while you were streaming. Aw, thanks for the support, thanks for popping in. And I'm so sorry that you're feeling nauseous. I'm not gonna give any more medical advice today because it's not very sound. But I will give you hopes that you will feel better soon. Mia, thanks for popping in. Ink says, I don't really have that issue because my favorite Pokemon is Crobat, so I just have to walk 3 steps into a cave and get a Zubat. Nice. I love a convenient Pokemon. I kind of feel that about Quagsire. It's usually a pretty early game Pokemon. And Drew6969 says, that's a kit. Or that's a lot. Yeah. Tears, he says, I hate that. Versus, hey, don't make fun of the joke I submitted, asshole. No, you have better jokes than that. That was awful. What? This one says a Pokemon that likes to climb mountains while chewing gum is a Pikachu. These are terrible. I might have to make my own. A Pokemon that drinks a lot of hydrogen peroxide is called a Ho-Oh. I am worried about the Pokemon that drinks a lot of hydrogen peroxide. Okay, here we go. This is a better ending one. It is... Oh, what? I just closed it on accident. I memorized it. Alright, if you don't like these Pokepuns, I'll keep Meowth shut. Meowth shut? I don't know if there is a me in front of the meow. That one's at least morally sound. Thank you for redeeming today's Pokepuns. Vivi says, thank you, you little sweet bean. I'll be okay. I'm glad to hear it. Get lots of rest. And Intruder69 says, awful. I love it. I'm glad that one of these has made your redeem worthwhile. Tier says, that is quite terrible. What are you talking about? Pikachu was not the highlight of your day. That's certainly a peak in the day that I'll have trouble descending from. Bear says, haha, I just wanted you to admit it was funny. Fucking gotcha. Oh, that you were funny. Yeah, I hate to admit it. You have a sense of humor, I suppose. Dara says, what? How does that even make sense? Ink says, who's making these? I'm gonna guess this is to the mountain one. Bev says, these are adding years to my life. And Tira says, that's at least better. And Chopra says, if I may, I believe I have a good pun to share. Please do. I would love to hear it. Actually, this is a routine because I love puns, and so I like seeing them with you guys and also having a reaction to them real time. More Froggy? I am owing my life to these ones who are... This is Piplup. What the heck's it doing over here? These ones that are on the bottom. They're so helpful. Shoper says, what did the individual say when their luggage fell onto the floor? What did they say? Tier says, it cannot be worse than the Ho-Oh one. I don't even know what that is. My cargo! This takes knowledge to know what mad cargo is. It has something to do with travel. Is it a ship? Is it a travel? Mad cargo. Oh! Mad cargo the Pokemon! It's a Pokemon! I thought it was just a regular pun. And I was like, mad cargo, that sounds like a real word. Oh my gosh. Cheers, I like that one. It's a snail. Thank you for doing Hydrate Syrup, and I will do that right away. Nice! You got the first! Congratulations! I think that's the first that's ever been redeemed. I just added that one. Mirgo has the first redeem, and I'm like, it's one of the few things that whenever I'm like, oh, I can't like chat, but I want them to know I'm here, and then I'm excited to watch their stream, and I clicked the first. And I'm so glad you redeemed it. Bro says 10 out of 10 show, bro. Yeah, 10 out of 10. That was a good pun, thank you. Revs redeemed, talk deeper. Alright, this one goes for 2 minutes. Again, it's for secondhand embarrassment. I'm not voice trained, and my voice is not deep. This is very difficult. That's why the redeem only goes on for 2 minutes, but it is 5:20. I will do it till 5:22. Voice deeper rain. I can't laugh deeper. Unfortunately, that is too much skill. This is more for the embarrassment, not the professionalism. Let's go. I don't understand why Froaky's nose is this far low. It is just how it is. I didn't design it. Alas, they should have asked me. Ink also redeemed saying ya for 5 minutes, which means for 1 more minute ya. I will be doing a deep voice rain ya. And for 5 more minutes until 5:26 nya, I will be saying nya at the end of my sentences nya. Suriken says, I was wondering why that was still available. Didn't want to do it late though. No, better late than never, I think. Do first whenever. It will be always first. Thank you. And Ink says, Tara says, I think voice deeper is hard. I do think voice deeper is hard. I think I can make my voice a lot higher very easily because I am a soprano at the end of the day. High notes are my friend. But I can try voice deep. I liked voicing Knuckles when we were doing a Murder of Sonic, or whatever that game is called. I liked doing it because Knuckles is my boy, and it just makes sense I was destined to voice him. And at the same time, I think there is some comedic value for some people, but I don't know. I think my voice is perfect high or low, especially for Knuckles. So, I don't think it's funny, I just think it was really, really cool. Boy, oh my god, I didn't nya this whole time! Nya starting now, nya! I'm sorry, I was distracted by the voice deep nya. The nya starts now. 5 more minutes of nya. 5:27 nya. We gotta voice higher nya. You're gonna make my voice great on everyone's ears nya. I gotta catch up on chat nya. Okay, nya. Dero says moe nya. Ink says hee hee nya. Sherpa says the other end of the spectrum beckons nya. Well, we got it. We've got the other end of the spectrum right here for you nya. It is going to be hard not to change my mannerisms because it sounds very moe nya. This one's definitely a little more cringe than the other. I hope you'll bear with me as we get a little bit higher. That's Sobble for sure. Ursa raises a brow. Don't look at me nya. Oh, this is fun, yeah. I was hoping to do more redeems that would be better without a model, yeah. Fun and embarrassing, yeah. I'll get used to it, yeah. Thank you for participating, yeah. Right when we were talking about how much easier it is to talk with your voice higher, the request goes in, yeah. So is it nya till 5:27, yeah? And then it is higher until 5:25 nya? I think that's right nya. I could never be one of those streamers nya that like consistently does the whole like voice changing nya. You know where they're like, oh hello, welcome in nya. Like I don't think I can nya. I have major props to those who do it nya. I think it's quite the formidable skill nya. Ink says the cringe entertains us nya. You're evil, nya. No, you're good, nya. I take it back. I can't even joke, nya. You're too nice. Nya. I remember when I was a kid, nya, I would listen to like Vocaloid and I'd listen to like really moe music, nya, and I feel like the more moe you go, the more you end up having like lots of soprano or higher voices, nya. And my mom, she hated it, nya. She would always be like, I don't want to listen to that, nya. I felt personally insulted, nya. I had a very high voice, especially as a kid, nya. They would just joke that, what is it, Alvin and the Chipmunks. They said I was just like Alvin and the Chipmunks, nya. And you know what? I'm proud of that, nya. But now my voice come back to a normal pitch, nya. We got 2 more minutes of nya. Nya is so much easier to do. That one's just natural, nya. Bro says she still does hate nya. Yeah, she does. She's got bad taste, nya. I mean, she's got great taste in fashion and clothes and stuff, though. Yeah, she is a... No shade on my mom, yeah. She's great. But she used to really, like, hate high-pitched moe content, yeah. But it was, like, what I thrived off of when I was a kid, yeah. I was so, like, jaded. I remember I was singing in the backseat of the car, but really quietly, yeah. A Vocaloid song. That was pretty high-pitched, so it was hard to sing quietly, yeah. And, my mom's like, what are you chanting back there, yeah? I'm like, I'm not chanting. I'm not summoning anything, yeah? I'm just enjoying Vocaloid, Mom. Bro says, can't listen to any anime OSTs, yeah. I mean, depends on your anime. Some are really deep, yeah. You ever listen to the Madoka one, yeah? Ing says, once you go moe, you never recover, yeah? That's true. That's facts, yeah. I am the embodiment of moe, yeah. I don't know. There aren't a lot of aliens in anime, yeah. I feel underrepresented, yeah. Bro says, love your mom. She's the real life Rouge the Bat, yeah. She is! She's, like, so cool. Yeah. She totally has the vibe of someone who's, like, oh, yes. Like, I'm just here for the jewelry, yeah, and being stylish and cool, yeah. And you guys can do whatever the hell you want, yeah. But also, if Rouge the Bat was, like, a very supportive sugar mom, yeah, because every time we go out, Mom's always like, I'm gonna pay for literally everything and for everyone and get them all the things they want, yeah. She's so nice now. I guess she's a lot more like, Rarity with the generosity. Ah, Nya's ended. Tara says, isn't there literally Galaxy Angel and Tenchi Muyo? Are they not majority alien? You tell me. I don't watch them. But I feel like anime aliens are just human beings with, like, pointed ears or something. A lot of the time. What I'm talking about is, like me. Like, where they're, like, a gray or green alien. And I feel like there's Hitalia. I don't remember what his name is, if it's, like, Steve or something. But there's, like, the mascot for America is an alien. And Ink says, anime and aliens seem so obviously fitting with all the characters with big heads, big eyes, and sharp chins. That's valid. I feel like 2000s anime style definitely had, like, an alien aesthetic for it to not have alien-looking alien characters. Bro says, you're actually the alien inside of Unit 1. Yep, they're me. Tira says, oh yeah, they are that. Oh, so they are just, like, the human-looking aliens that are... I just feel like they're so indistinguishable from, like, another species, like elf or human, that it's like Tokimimu, the bad guys are aliens, but they just look like elves. That is it. And he says, that's why I have a character who's just like an alien weeb. Hell yeah, us aliens appreciate. And Kira says, yes. I just feel like that's such a cop-out. Like, and I don't even really like alien content that much, but when I try to look up, like, reaction gifs for aliens, they're all just, like, Mimi dancing aliens, and I'm like, that's cool, but I want, like, aliens with feelings. Like, where's my crying, sad, or, like, sleepy alien emoji? And then it's like, no, if you want aliens, you're just gonna get a bunch of human-looking characters. I'm like, that's not what I wanted. I wanted alien-looking characters. Who the fuck? Oh, this is Poplio. And Piplup. I'm just making Mudkip in a corner and then organizing pieces. It's been this whole time. I swear I'm trying to do more. But I'm also down for alien characters to look like humans. I feel like, especially if there's, like, a reason. I don't know, just sometimes it is a bit of a cop-out. Ink says, that was exactly my problem, lol. Oh yeah, you can't find, like, I had to make custom alien stickers for my Instagram stories. What the heck? Yeah, why isn't there, like, there's this all, like, oh, aliens, haha meme. And I'm like, I don't know, I don't have much of a sense of humor. I like puns. But otherwise, I don't have much of a sense of humor. So, memes just kind of go over my head most of the time. So when it's like alien, but it's doing like a meme thing, I'm just kind of like, okay. I don't really feel like this is useful for me. And I just kind of move on. But I wish there was more, like, sincere alien content with, like, the alien vibe. This has, like, just a tiny bit of a character on it. I'm gonna guess it's Totodile's foot. It's really hard to tell. Here's more Totodile. Some of them are very, very slowly coming together. But I'm running out of space. This is Sable. This is Mudkip. But dang, I didn't know you can make custom stickers for your Instagram stories. Like those ones that are like animated. I might have to do that myself. I always look up things like, ooh, are there any Tokimimi ones? And it is very rare that anything I Google has a sticker. I'm always surprised when it does. I do like that gif of a little alien spinning on a giant bong. I don't know if I've seen that one. Dara says, yeah, it's pretty easy if I recall. What? And they made it easy? That's nice. I might, yeah, like, I don't use Instagram much, but I probably will if friggin' Twitter keeps going down the drain. I do have an Instagram. But I stopped uploading last October, so I have a lot to catch up on. I'll get through it someday. Maybe. I'm really bad at uploading at different social medias. I've been trying on Tumblr, though. I think I'm doing a lot better there. This is definitely Totodile. And this is also Totodile. Let me see. Rev says, doesn't have too much sense of humor and hates coffee. You deal with a lot on the daily. Because you're a jokester who's a coffee machine. I mean, I don't think it's dealing with anything. It's good to have a dose of things that are contrarian to who you are. And sometimes it makes life more fun, especially in your case. Ink says, I just made transparent PNGs with my Sona. And Tara says, you have a Tumblr too. Yes, I do have a Tumblr too. And Brev says, Elon Musk can suck every ounce of my fat hog cock. I don't know if that's how you use hog and cock together. Is that true? We get a grammar police here. Fat hogged cock. Wow. Tira says, I like Tumblr because it has a schedule, even though I don't use it, but I like the option. Not hogged. Yeah, who's hogging the cock? That's rude. Very selfish. This is Piplup. Saying something lewd and then affirming a Pokemon piece is becoming normal. Here's, I guess it's hogged because it's a high value commodity? Yeah, I guess. You'd have to ask Brevs about it. Everyone wants the Brev hog. I stay out of Brev's business in that realm. She doesn't let me, though. She tells me all the time about any sort of exploit with my mom. Relentlessly. Ursa says, Ayo. Due to Twitch delay, I don't know what the AO was. Are you Team Brevs or are you Team Rain? We're gonna duke it out. Yeah, she is. Brev says, oh man, really opened up the hog gates. Yeah. Yeah, do you know how many times Brevs a day tells me all the hog shenanigans, apparently, with my mom? I don't need to know that. Ursa says, I'm always Team Rain. Thank you, thank you. I won't make anyone fight. That feels like against terms of service. You're gonna put everyone against someone on your stream. Support me or that! Dara says, I can't imagine she would shut up about it. Yeah. I can't either. Brett says, also, I was laughing about talking about exploitation films while watching a Pokemon puzzle stream, lol. Yeah, there is something about, like, the lowland music in the background of, like, talking about John Waters. Is really something. Ink says, always cranking hog. Man, cranky hog would be the ultimate Pokemon. There's gotta be, like, I know there's Moemon, but I feel like there's gotta be, like, a batch of, like, lewd Pokemon, right? Someone's, like, fandom. I would play it. I watched Kamini stream on Fansly recently in Edoge. And I've always wanted to stream Edoge. I didn't know that that was a thing you couldn't do on Twitch. Like, that they just won't let you do porn games. Especially Honey Pop, where you can censor it, and they're like, no, that's banned. Which I, for the record, think is bogus. I love Honey Pop. I really wish I could play it with you guys. So I was like, maybe I should get a Fansly, and I should try and stream Edoge content. I don't know if I will, but if there was, like, an ecchi Pokemon game, maybe I will. I think that'd be funny. me see. Tariff says, I have had a couple conversations with Brevs, and I have also heard about her exploits with your mom specifically. See, it's not even to me. If you've talked with Brevs, you've probably heard about my mom. My mom's pretty cool. But, here's other different conversations. Tariff says, La Bunny. Oh man, yeah, La Bunny's pretty lewd. It's just like a naked bunny person with like pom-poms and I think leg warmers. That's pretty etchy. Ink says, Cranky Hog is just like Embor. Embor is cute as hell, I'll take it. Tierra says, if I could play Edoge on stream, I would die. It'd be funny. Oh, dude, I wish. Like, I would even, like, try my best to give the voice acting a try. Which, like, Brevs knows I don't. Brevs and I read, like, erotic fanfic sometimes. Not with the premise of it being erotic, but fanfic that eventually has an explicit chapter. We don't just sit and read 100% like porn without plot or anything. Unless it's funny, then we do. But, like, when we were in the It fandom, there were so many good lines. I would, like, read it explicit fic and be like, oh my god, I'm gonna read this to Brevs. This is so funny. Like, even just the jokes in the sex scene are so funny. But, so we would read, like, erotic fic or whatever, just, like, on a car ride. And, every time we would get to, like, the sex scenes, I would just read it with the straightest possible voice possible, because I'm like, I'm not gonna... I'm not gonna put my all into all the moans and words that these characters have to say. That's too much effort for me. This is Sobble. Brev says, big heart-throbbing hog, fucking and fucking and fucking your mom's hot pocket until I fuck her in half. Tariff says, not hot pocket. Brev says, the most delicious starfish in the sea. That one was like 100% porn, but it was like the funniest shit. We had to read that. Tara says, not that. Hank says, oh my lord. Nurse says, I want to hear sus rainy voice. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. I don't even know what that would sound like. This is Squirtle. But, the starfish is a reference to a fic by Zarudaga Daisuke 42069. I think is their name. You know it's a troll fic when they have a name like that. Is this Froki or... No, it's Sobble. Tira says, did you see the fan fiction read-along, Ray? Yes, I did. I remember Brevs and I had to do something. I don't remember what it was. But I like, had to go. But I was postponing because I was like, I need to see you read this fanfic. So I told Brevs, hey, like, maybe when the Tiriff's done reading the fanfic, which, context for anyone, Tiriff did, like, a Sudathon, like a Suda 51-themed subathon for their birthday. And this is Totodile. They read, like, a fanfic that was RoboCop x Batman. It was a time. It was worth sticking around for. I was very much enjoying it. And I will tell more about it because it was wild. But you should also watch the VOD because it was great. And so they're reading this fanfic, and I told Brevs, oh yeah, I'm gonna stick around until this fanfic's done because you just started it. Turns out the fanfic took like an hour and a half to read because mid-fanfic, someone named Mega Bulldog came out of fucking nowhere like a mega bulldozer and then gifted like 100 subs, and the way it just completely broke Streamlabs and like the whole overlay and everything was freaking the fuck out because it had to gift struck. I didn't know Twitch had to then list every individual person who got a sub. Chat like couldn't keep up. It was a wild time. And the fic itself was also very fun and I very much enjoyed sticking around until the end. Let me see. Tierra says, whoops, caps. I mean, hey, the excitement's good. Ink says, college professor reading erotic fanfic sounds funny. I'd be down. Oh, it's my role. Me being like, and then just describing all of the explicit stuff that I can't because it's Twitch. Bro says, the way you read that post about your mom was similar to how you read porn. That is exactly how I read porn. I like know it's lewd in advance and I just say it. Especially when the character's like, yeah, do it harder. I just read it really like chill. Tierra says, I'm probably gonna edit and post it somewhere because I think the VOD is actually gone. What? How? I thought they didn't delete for like 60 days. Tierra says, and said nothing. Yeah, Mecha Bulldog came in and was like, here's 100 subs. Ditched. I don't even think they came back for their reward, which they did get the most sub or gift subs possible. Undoubtedly. I don't know how anyone could. Tierra says, just dropped him and said nothing. No, they deleted after like 2 weeks. They did not. Oh man, VODs delete after 2 weeks? Mine totally stick around like way longer to edit. Oh wait, but I guess like not to view. You can edit them for 6 months, but you can only view them for 2 weeks. I didn't know that. Dear said they did not. That does not surprise me. But I'm also like just surprised in general about the situation of like, how can you gift that much to someone and then just, boom. They were like, kindred spirit, fellow dog, here you go. I wonder if they're like a long-term watcher. Mega Bulldog has to be the most mysterious, wealthy person I have encountered this year, that at least. Tira says they didn't even ask for a drawing, a song, not even a toggle. And Shover says, VODs do delete, yes. It is unfortunate, but makes the time that they are here all the more precious. Dang. Man, I'm really glad I backed stuff up to YouTube, which is unfortunate because I do have the Firestarter VOD still on my computer, but I have not backed it up to YouTube. But, oh, this is, you would think this is Piplup, because they have like the same eyes. It's not. It's Oshawott. But, I wish that they stuck around for as long as you wanted them to. Or if you could have like a top 10 VODs that just stay on your channel so that your channel doesn't end up empty if you leave for a bit. He says, oh man, my data's running out. I gotta go. Oh dang, I hope that you have a great rest of your day and thanks for stopping by. Thanks for chatting with us and it was good seeing you, Ink. Oh yeah, put the piece down. Goodbye! And thanks again for stopping by. And Tira says, Mega Bulldog does watch regularly. Is mostly a lurker, but will comment nice stuff on YouTube or Insta sometimes. Very kind. And Tira says, have a fun day! Oh, that's cool. I'm glad Mega Bulldog is, like, someone that you know is, like, in the community and stuff like that. How nice of them. What a cool soul. This looks like Quagsire's foot, but I know it's not. Plot twist, though, if Quagsire was in this puzzle. I would be so stoked. I would do a whole Quagsire puzzle. I think I have a whole Pikachu puzzle. But, alas, no Quagsire. What on earth is this? Oh wait, it's attached to someone. Here, I'll hold it up so you guys can see it better. I can't hold it up steady, I'm so sorry. I think it's Sobble. I think. I'm gonna put it with Sobble for now. Tyr says, yeah, I don't know them personally, but seems like a chill person. Yeah, it's, I think, especially chill if they can just come by and they, like, want to congratulate you so bad and then they just, like, leave. Like, they're not, like, I don't know, I think there could be people who, like, try to give you rewards and then they're, like, very demanding about it or entitled about it. And I think it's cool that they're just, like, stopped in and, like, all they wanted to do was give you a reward. Like, they weren't, like, trying to find personal benefit, which would have been their right if they did, since, like, you could have gotten toggles or gotten the drawing at the end and stuff like that. But it is cool that they were just kind of like, I don't know, that was like their intent and purpose was to support the very, very selfless person. Yeah, shout out to Mega Bulldog. A real chat among dogs. I can't believe the border is not even done yet. We are almost 2 hours in. They could have found like 20 pseudo drawings. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm surprised with how hard you went on those drawings. They ended up really wonderful. I would have like done the most scuffed shit possible. I'm like, it's an MS Paint now. Although I am getting to a point where I can't really call my MS Paint art scuffed. Because I keep spending so much time on it until it looks decent. And I'm like, well, the hope is that it can stay scuffed. Tara says, it was like only 5 minutes. Your MS Paint. Yeah, I mean, it was times. Only 5 minutes. We only have 5 minutes to do the Suda 51 drawings, right? Oh, wrong one. This goes to Sobble. Your MS Paint art is very good. Thank you. I'm glad if you like it. Deer says, yes. Yeah, for only 5 minutes, you got a lot done. Like, you get, like, this really detailed and cool bust done. I think you gotta get some level of detail, that's for sure, because Suda 51 characters are kind of, like, they're not, you know, Chincho over here. Like, it's, like, a little harder to draw. Like, I feel like if you did, like, a 5-minute Pokemon, then you can get, like, some render and color in there, because they're so simple. But a Suda 51 character has just enough going on that it's, like, gonna take a sec. Okay, all these pieces, Manaphy, can you hold them? I don't want these pieces. Get them out of here. This is Turtle. Crocodile. This is Mudkip. Mudkip's the only one cooperating today. Everyone else is just piles. See? Mudkip. Thankful, good, faithful, loyal Mudkip. It knows I love it. Another Mudkip piece. Wow. It's just trying to get done. It's like, we know that you have to rest eventually. We'll go ahead and we'll make sure this puzzle's done. Thank you, Mudkip. Squirtle? Oh yeah, my lighting's gonna have to change throughout this too because it's gonna get darker outside. Part of this is natural light coming in. So, that'll be more evident, I guess, the longer we go on. Because then we'll actually be able to see if anything's visible. Right now, it's just a bunch of pieces, so I'm sure it might be difficult to see some of what's going on. And this little Mudkip all the way down here. Really coming together for no reason. It doesn't have to. Like, you don't have to work this hard, Mudkip. I never played Sun and Moon, and I haven't finished the anime, but boy do I want to. The gifts from Sun and Moon are just so gosh dang cute. That was a style change that I know a lot of people were like upset because like, oh no, it's Pokemon's first like major style change. I really liked it. It's like so, like it's kind of cartoony. It's so cute. And then they came in with Journeys, and I was kind of like, oh, well, I guess we're back. It's fine. You guys know my thoughts about Journeys. I really want to like it. I am going to give it another shot someday. Suriken says, praise be, Mudkip. Thank you, Mudkip. You got the memo. This was a puzzle. Everyone else did not. I swear, if Mudkip ends up 6, it's really going to surprise all of us. Because it's, like, really close compared to everyone else. Here it says, they are apparently doing a remaster of Shadows of the Damned. And also a remake of Lollipop Chainsaw. I don't know if they're changing stuff or just remaking it. I don't know. I haven't heard nothing except it's a thing. Oh, well, I'm just excited for it to be more accessible. If more people can play Lollipop Chainsaw, that's so exciting. Unless, does it have a PC version? I don't think so. But if it does, then I take that back. It's already plenty accessible. What on earth? Who the hell? What the fuck? Who are you? Why are you in my... You're not Squirtle? Oh, you're the tail of Mudkip. I'm sorry, Mudkip, I didn't mean to slander you. It's probably also Mudkip mixed with Popia. More side pieces, I don't know where they go. At least I know that this is the foot of Oshawott. The inferior do-what. Tears says, it sure doesn't. Aw. Well then I'm glad. I'm glad it's getting a remake so it can, like... or of any variety, just so that people can watch it. That opening cutscene was legendary as hell. I hope they don't change too much. I know some parts of it are like a little risque and stuff. It might turn people off, but I just feel like it got exactly what it was aiming for. It was very funny and very, very entertaining. From what I saw you play, which was a good chunk, I think I saw all the way up to the Psychic Post and Bast, and then right up to the funky guy, who's like the disco boss, and then I think I stopped watching after that point, but what I did see made me definitely want to play it. And Intruder6969 says, oh wait, or Suriken says, even if there was an older PC version, a newer PC port would be nice. Yeah! As technology changes, it makes it so much easier. Intruder6969 says, yeah, but Lollipop Chainsaw Remake is being made by a different company. Oh, that's unsettling. And Suriken says, especially with compatibility issues with newer Windowses. Yeah, that's fair. And Bro says, hope they don't go and censor it like Skullgirls. Honestly, Skullgirls was like, what was there to censor? I'll never understand. Tara says, yeah, Suda51 isn't working on it. Neither is James Gunn. Oh gosh. Tara says, well, I'll be posting that one on the channel, so you can always go back and watch it. Oh yay, I'm so glad. I feel like it's definitely has some of like I feel like, I want to say it's you brand, but I think it's mostly because it's something that you really like and that you're really passionate about, that it just makes me think like, oh man, I think that'll definitely come across to everyone watching. Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Revs. I will totally do that. Shober says, this reminds me. Marie is approaching Girl swiftly. I am most excited for that. I don't know who Marie is off the top of my head. Is that a new character? I'll have to Google him. Dero says, I think it is me, Brand. Out of pocket and endearing, lol. And Judah6969 says, speaking of Studio 51, I'm finally playing the Silver Case games. And Dero says, oh nice, I started the Silver Case and still need to finish. Ooh, what are those about? I'm gonna go ahead and look up Marie from... Not Mario, what? Oh, isn't even close to E. Marie from Schoolgirls. Oh my goodness, how did I not know Marie? She was like my favorite. What? You can play as her? I just forgot her name. But oh my gosh, I love Marie. And Misfortune, of course. I gotta love the cat. But... Rev says, Maria. In the Shadow voice. Gosh, I don't think I can go as low as Shadow. What is it? Maria. I can try. That's all about it. And Tira says, the detective guy sure does say some things. Knowing what I know from Lollipop Chainsaw, I'm sure that's true. Intruder6969 says, it is such art. Never seen a VN with this kind of unique visual style. Ooh. I always love a unique visual style. I know Brevs and I sometimes will goof on, this is maybe mean, because there's still, like, lots of love behind it, but we'll, like, see, like, new anime RPGs that have, like, a very, just, like, generic feeling to it. And we'll be like, oh, it's another one. Yay! So it's nice when something has, like, a unique style. I think it definitely sets it apart. Indira says, they're an early Suda 51 visual novel and sort of escape room, but mostly just a visual novel. Ooh, I love a good virtual escape room. Not a real escape room. I only did that shit once. It was humiliating. I hated it. My dad had to solve all the puzzles, and they were there for me. It was my birthday. I had a terrible time. 10 out of 10, don't recommend real life escape rooms. 10 out of 10, definitely recommend virtual escape rooms. I'm really good at those. I played too many video games, but I never found myself held captive in a very puzzling situation before, so I was not smart enough to get through that. Schubert says, Double is my preliminary character. I also dabble in Beowulf and Eliza. Ooh, I do like Eliza. Which, oh gosh, think of Eliza and censoring. I wonder if they censored Eliza. I don't really know how you do that. But, Eliza's really cool. And I never played Beowulf. I think Eliza was, like, the last one I got, because I played it a really long time ago. But, Double is super cool, too. Man, I feel like Double and Maria, and I like Misfortune. I wish there was more to her, though. I felt kind of, like, underwhelmed, but I feel like I have to like her a lot, because she's the cat girl. Also, I like her gimmick. I think that's really cool. I used to do fan art of her, her life gem personified. Rose says, we're assholes about bad art, but we'll also dedicate hundreds of hours to terrible media and get genuinely invested. That's true. You know, we might shit on some stuff sometimes, but we probably are gonna consume or love it anyways, or we like a lot of content that might be generic to most, but it's still a great time. Intruder says, did my first escape room earlier this year. Had to do the thriller dance to solve a puzzle. What? What kind of puzzle? I can only do the, like, you know that part? I can only do that. This is the limpest thriller. This is the zombie version. Let me see. Shobra says, if you're curious, I can share the specifics of what was censored in due time. Oh, yes. If you will send it to me. My Discord is out, but if you guys do send me anything to my Discord, I will open it up if you want to check it on stream. But if you're doing off stream, yeah, I'll see you later. Intruder says, in my experience, there's two types of escape rooms, the mechanical kind that you either get or you don't, or the more thematic kind. I don't really remember much about mine, other than feeling really stupid the entire time. I'm a sore loser, so just kind of sitting back and trying to figure out everything while someone was like standing and watching there and timing us, and then having my dad actually figure out everything was a bad time. Dear says, I'll shit on things and also love them unconditionally in the same breath. Oh yeah, absolutely. Trevor says, I'll send you information to your Discord DMs. Thank you. This is definitely Squirtle. This is maybe Squirtle. This is Poplio. I think by separating them, though, I'm kind of fucking myself over, because then there's, like, I guess if I do one piece from each of them, I guess I am also kind of, I was going to say, like, this seems like there's going to be a bias at some point, because I'm separating them. This is kind of just how I do puzzles sometimes, but I don't think that's the case, because I then go to ones like this, where it's like, oh, I see that these eyes are really close together, and then I just do them because I notice that they're there. It's like, okay, there's still no bias present. I really want to make sure I'm not like, oh, honing in on just one Pokemon specifically. I want them all to be kind of, if possible, approaching similar areas. Like, I just found that Oshawott across the room and was like, that's great. So I try to keep bias out. It helps when I don't have one, but I know that that might not seem that way to everyone else. My only bias is I hope there's not a tie again. I hope there is for everyone else's sake, but at the same time, it keeps happening. Let me see. Intruder says, had to use a toy boy to shoot rubber bats. It was magical temple themed. Of course there's gotta be bats. There's bats in every RPG, right? That's so silly. I love that. Or it says, music very entirely cut out. Rain about to die. Oh no! Why does it keep doing this? It keeps, every new video, it keeps being like, do you want to keep going? I'm gonna do the 4-hour Pokemon music for relaxing and studying. This is mostly Nintendo music? Well, I better. It's Pokemon. Your channel's called Pokemon Go. Where your icon is. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. We're away from Alola. Apparently it was given too many problems. Intruder says, redeem hydrate. Thank you, I will. Alright, I'm back. I did turn the music up a bit because it's a different playlist. It sounded a bit quiet to me. Let me know if it's too bothersome to you guys, and I'll go ahead and adjust it to your liking. I just keep finding mudkip pieces. They are not the most distinguished pieces. They are just there. They are so easy to see for some reason. Are we gonna get mudkip completed before we've even, like, started the puzzle? The puzzle itself. So I need to move them over. They're gonna be a pain to move now. I probably should do that sooner rather than later. But I'm trying to get all the pieces out. Oh, here's another mudkip. I'm seriously just grabbing pieces and they always happen to be mudkip. Alright, this is Froakie. Which goes over here. I'm gonna try to rapid move them. I don't know what, oh, you got some Poplio in you. Poplio. Poplio. Side piece. Totodile. I know I said that, but I just have to put it together if I know where it goes. Totodile, Poplio. Voice is only shaking because of use. I'm not nervous. I'm a pro. I know what I'm doing. I swear. This is Oshawott. Okay, more Totodile. It helps that Totodile's like the only one with like ruby red spikes. It's so unique. Tyrif says, the chat died. Oh, it's gone. Come back. You revived it. It's still there. Oh my gosh, my hand's way too close to the thing. Yeah, when the, oh my, so the chat's the one that died when the music cut out? I'm so sorry. Surican says, all of us perished. Well, I'll support your redebuts as ghosts. Rev says, Thanos snapped. No! Damn, if Thanos snapped right when I was doing a puzzle stream, that'd be pretty wild. It's like one of those, what were you doing during this eventful period? Man, I feel like that's going to be a thing with, like, COVID. Everyone will be like, what were you doing when COVID happened? But it's going to be not very eventful, because everyone was inside. Trooper says, I have sent the information. Thank you! If you'd like me to look at it, I will definitely take a look. If not, I'll go ahead and wait till later. But I am curious. So we'll see. Circuit says, half your pieces just turned to dust. Yeah, all my puzzle pieces, that's what Thanos wished for. Like, just all the pieces just disintegrate of every half of every puzzle. That's real villain behavior, that's for sure. Ursa says, I don't feel Daijobu, Rainy. No, stay with me, Ursa. Dir says the same thing everyone else was doing. Staying inside and minding my business. Yeah, you sure hope so. Mshoba says, you may share if you wish. Alright. And Brev says, seeing Sonic 2. I mean Sonic 1. Yeah, we saw Sonic 1 right before COVID hit. Let me put this piece down, and I'm gonna go open my Discord. And I will check to see. Does this go here? No. This is just another random piece. Throwing you over here. What did they censor in Skullgirls? This is a mudkip piece. All the way over here. Well, firstly, Kudono sent me a very cute Quagsire piece. Thank you. If you're still in chat, it's so cute. Okay, Shober made a list of this is what they censored in Skullgirls. In specific, these censors were included in Skullgirls. Ricardo roping Philia's rear in story mode. The picture of Big Band being lynched by corrupt cops in story mode. If it is still part of the story, but the image in question is changed to the mobile game's image. Okay. The removal of Philia's bondage gag in Eliza's story mode. The black egrets lost their armbands and adopted a similar color scheme. The comb in Philia's afro was removed in her burst animation. Various edits to Parasol and Philia's frames to remove penny shots whilst getting hurt, or at least I believe. An 18-hit combo tag being labeled as barely legal. I believe it was changed to spiffy or something of the sort. The 18-hit combo tag was barely legal? I did not even notice. This game still has plenty of sex appeal. The only change... Oh wait, I'll be the rest of the only changes that I think. Oh, okay. So Liza herself was not censored in the slightest. That's good. Oh, I miss Brev's leaving. Brev says, but I'm heading out. Have a wonderful stream, dude, and best of luck. You guys are all awesome. Oh, take care, Brevs. Thanks for coming by. Thank you. Oh, wait. I'm waving, like, in the air, like this. Hi, Brevs. Enjoy your time. Thanks for stopping by and talking exploitation and hogs with us. I wish you well. And see you later. Brev says, Tier says, bye, Brevs. Brevs also redeemed talking higher and saying yeah. I will mentally compute the time to do that after I take a bathroom break, probably. Ursa says, bye, Brevchi. Tier says, removing the cop brutality is propaganda. Yeah, honestly. But, okay, that's good to know that they didn't, because all I heard was that they were censoring. I didn't look into it. Leave me to get mad about something I did not know the full picture of. So I'm glad that they didn't just take out, because there were certain things like Valentine's, like, syringes are in her boobs and stuff like that, and I'm like, what are they gonna redo for the animation? I do agree that I think censoring, any images that were, like, paid for, is pretty shitty. I know you mentioned that. If people were like, oh, I bought these images, and they're like, oh, we're gonna censor or change them out. It's like, well, like, they still existed. Like, you can't really get rid of them forever and ever. Like, we still have documentation of them. Why not give the documentation to the people who paid for it? So, that's unfortunate. Jover says, I can confirm they did not remove Valentine's victory animation or anything of that sort. It is still there. Yeah, I'm glad about that. Because that's what I was worried about when I heard it. I was like, what? But it's like all etchy. What on earth are you censoring? I think leave it to headlines, I guess, and people like me to just read them and then move on. But, to just be like, oh, what? Like, read it and then be like, that's upsetting, and then move forward, because the headlines are all like, oh, yeah, they're censoring Skullgirls. And I'm like, what? And, like, you have an idea of what censoring is, so you're like, oh, censoring, they're gonna get rid of all the lewd content. What a shame. But I'm glad that's not the case. And Tara says, I feel like you should have the option to censor stuff. Yeah, I think the certain things that they censored, if they could just have warnings for them, or be like if they're of a sensitive nature, then it's like, that should be fine. And if some people are like, that's weird, or I don't like that, then they can have the, like, updated version. I think that's a good way to handle things. Let me see. But I do need to take a bathroom break. I'm just so enamored by what's going on here. I just keep finding pieces. Trevor says, I agree wholeheartedly, but I respect the developers and their wishes to want to cleanse things that they do not want in their game. Yeah, that's fair. I guess if they're making their own version, you can probably still access old versions. By other means and stuff like that, if you really, really wanted them. And, like, those developers are pretty cool from what I've heard. So I have no other reasons to have any sort of ill feelings toward them. Does this go here, or does it go here? Rain has to use the restroom, but he also has to put these puzzles together. It's so important. I can't explain. Okay. Shover says, yes, you can still re-add everything back if you so wish via mods. In fact, you can do so much with mods. It's a good community, I feel like. Well, now we've sorted a lot of stuff. I will actually be right back, and I will take up Brevs' saying ya in high pitch. We'll get real cringe when I come back. For now, I'm gonna go to a BRB screen. Oh, after I read what Tariff said. Because to be honest, some people might not want to be confronted with that, but I feel like taking it away entirely is like, eh. As a liker of risque content, I understand the desire to censor, but I'm also like, usually it's there / shocking for a reason, so I'm always on the fence. Yeah, I think it's been done like commonly and popular enough recently that I think people do get tired when anything starts getting censored that was already produced and already sold and people already appreciated. But yeah, I think making a safer and kinder version for people is nice, but I think removing an old version is usually kind of like hard to condone. But if you have any other thoughts on it, I would love to hear them. But I'll read them when I come back in a very cringy way. Look forward to it. Next time on Rain Drinks More Water. I am back, and I have definitively, knowingly unmuted myself this time. Gosh, whenever I haven't streamed for a while, I feel like there's always like these mistakes that pop up. And gosh, it really has been a while. Like, hasn't it? I feel like it's been like at least a month. Was it July? And now it's almost October. So I feel like it's been a while. I feel like the last time I streamed was before my anime con trip, which I never really got to talk to you guys about as a result. It's definitely been busy times. I know a lot of people's first time hearing me. I am moving. This is the last stream I'm going to be able to do before I move. Sirkin says, it do have been some time. Oh yeah, it has. I feel like I have these redeems that are like higher in cost, and I'm like, I don't know if I've ever given anyone an opportunity to save up for those things because I'm just not around enough. I want to be though, and I'm hoping in my next place I can, since I'll be able to stream like at later nights when Brev's asleep and stuff like that without feeling too bad about it. Because my room's going to be like further away from hers, we're going to be in a bigger place. I'm pretty excited about that. Honestly, there's just so much to recap and like cover when I come back after such a long period that I'm like, oh gosh, what else do I gotta tell you guys? There's so much I want to tell you about how everything's been. I mean, I went to that anime con with my parents. We all cosplayed from the same anime, which was super fun. And alright, Miku. Sorry to step on your toes, but I gotta get these puzzle pieces over here. Okay. I went there. I was really nervous because it was like coming up on the year anniversary of being diagnosed with POTS, and it kind of keeps me from doing a lot of like physical stuff, I guess. And so I was like really nervous. I was really worried. I was like, oh gosh, what if I'm like too sick to do it? What if it all goes poorly? But it ended up working out really well. We had a great time. I only had a few episodes of feeling like really, really unwell, or like being just really mentally out of it. But nothing like super bad happened. I got an autograph from an artist I really like. That was really cool. But I don't usually do the autograph stuff, so it was like a nice change of pace. It went over really well. It was encouraging to be like, oh wow, I can still do some things. That's nice. Because some days it feels like I cannot do the most basic of stuff. Which leads me into this morning. This is a pretty weird thing that has never happened. I've never been stung by a bug or anything like that. I don't know if this was a sting. I guess so, because I think there was a stinger involved. I was doing chalk drawing outside, upon the request of the neighborhood kids who really wanted to draw Yoshi. I went outside and I drew Yoshi, and I went back inside at the end of the night, and I got a sharp feeling in a pretty unusual place, straight on the butt cheek. Not the most orthodox location to perhaps have your first sting from a bug, but I think that is what happened. It didn't obviously hurt that bad because it was literally last night and I'm sitting on my butt right now, but I guess now I can say I've been stung by a bug because I did have to pull a stinger out, which was awkward. I'm like having to twist my whole body all the way around. But when your abdomen crunches, I think blood flow kind of struggles, and that's an issue with POTS. And so I'm like trying to spin all the way around, get this stinger on my butt this morning because I didn't realize there was still a stinger in me. And I'm like immediately like, oh, I need to lay on the ground. I'm like, I can't do this. I am not feeling gravity right now. And so I immediately just laid it on the ground. But I got the stinger out, and weirdly enough, it was more unpleasant afterward. Oh, Tear says I missed the cringe at a potty. Oh my god, you didn't miss the cringe. I mean, you missed my cringe story of my first bug sting from yesterday. Apparently it was, after my butt. So it stung me on the butt. So you missed that cringe. But oh my gosh, you didn't miss the other cringe. Thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot. I have, like, fewer brain cells the longer a stream goes on. Every hour you can visibly tell, audibly tell, my brain cells leave. Okay, so what do we got? We got talk higher for 2 minutes. So until like 6:14, we talk higher. And then we've got saying yeah for 5 minutes. Oh, whoops, it just turned 6:13. So we'll do 6:15, we'll talk higher. And then for 5 more minutes, that's like 6:18. Okay, so 6:18, we are done. Chauffeur says, insects. Yeah, I have a complex relationship, yeah, with insects. I think they're super duper cool, yeah, and I love the shit out of them, yeah, from a distance, yeah. There's no fucking way, yeah. I can handle too many bugs up close, yeah. I'm just not that guy, yeah. I feel like I always told everyone I'd never been stung by anything, yeah, and they're always like, what? How did you get to be, like, nearing your 30s, yeah? We'll keep it vague, yeah. Like, you have never been stung by something, yeah? I guess now I have, yeah, but I didn't see the bug, yeah. I, like, checked my underwear, yeah, and I checked the shorts I was wearing, yeah, which were, like, knee-length shorts, yeah. They weren't my, like, skimpy ones, yeah. I was, like, trying to be prepared for chalk time, you know, yeah, and, like, still this bug had the fucking audacity, yeah. Maybe I should have worn my fucking tight-ass short, yeah, because they would have kept less space. They would have been tighter to my body, yeah. But these baggy-ass, Dipper Pines-ass fucking cargo shorts, yeah, I was wearing did not protect me at all from this fucking bug, yeah. But, like, it was kind of like a sharp feeling, yeah, and then afterward I was like, oh, I wonder what happened, and I checked for the bug. I checked the restroom, because that's where it happened, yeah. I checked the underwear and the shorts, yeah, and I didn't see a bug anywhere, yeah. I thought maybe it was a bug bite, yeah. I'm still not super sure. You can't see my butt very well, yeah, admittedly, yeah. Chauffeur says, I do not mind many of them, but there is one class that sends panic through my being. Bees, yeah. Oh, yeah. Bees totally send Brevs through a panic too, yeah. You and her both. I like carpenter bees, yeah, because I think they just bite, yeah. And if they don't tell me otherwise, yeah. I don't want to start fearing them now, yeah. I will die believing that carpenter bees just bite, yeah. And I can take a bee bite. Like, fuck you. Your mouth's that small, yeah. I don't give a shit, yeah. But, like, I feel like Tara says, oh, I pet little fuzzy bees now. Can you pet bees now? That's pretty badass now. Kudos now. This goes here now. That's a big ass mouth. I thought it was Squirtle's now. Sherbert says, small fuzzy bees are not what scare me. Perhaps I should be more specific now. Wasps now. Oof. Okay. High voiceover now. He's got 3 minutes in ya though. Shover says, wasps. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Wasps do scare the shit out of me, yeah. Oh my god, there were always hornets in my attic growing up, yeah. Like, there was nothing you could do. No preventative measures. You would always have hornets, yeah. Those guys are also scary as shit. Tara says, I don't give a shit, yeah. Yeah, that's a quote of the day. I don't give a shit, yeah. Wasps are scary. Murdered, yeah. Yeah. Wasps are very scary. I'm not a fan. Yeah. Kadona says, my house got surrounded by bees once because the queen electrocuted herself with the power line, yeah. What a dumbass, yeah. Get your shit together, yeah. You rule a country, yeah. You can't just go offing yourself on a power line, yeah. Who do you think you are? You're the queen, yeah. I'm so sorry, yeah. You're this stupid bastard, yeah. Yeah, what the hell, dude? You got responsibilities, yeah. You got a family to take care of. What do you think this is, yeah? Bullshit, yeah. Kanona says they spent almost an entire night there, yeah. Oh my gosh, did you get stung, yeah? What are your guys' first sting stories now? Now that I've shared my I got stung on the butt last night, yeah. Everything is game, yeah. For worst way to get stung, yeah. I feel like it wasn't painful though, yeah. Like I feel like I got stung and I was just kind of was like, that was surprising, yeah. And it's really hard to believe I got stung just because it was so lukewarm of a reaction, yeah. Okay, are we gonna move you over, yeah? Kanoa says, I've never been stung by anything that isn't a mosquito, yeah. Hey, that was me until yesterday. Yeah. Good for you, yeah. Let's keep it that way. I hope that they continue to leave you alone, yeah. I think if you had a whole swarm, yeah, and you didn't get stung, then you're just bee-averse. That's just your life now, yeah. Knock on wood, yeah. That was me knocking, yeah, not your door, yeah. If you looked up, though, now you're obligated to tell me, yeah. Alright, Mudkip. You really had to be fucking fixing up on the bottom right corner, didn't you, Nya? We got you, Nya. We got you, Nya. This looks like a piece of Mudkip that wasn't even on it, Nya. Mudkip's really didn't get the memo. Mudkip was like, we're gunning for first. Yeah. Alright, Nya's over. Tears says, I think I've just stepped on a bee on accident because I was a shoeless child. I also got stung by a dead wasp I killed. I picked it up with a tissue, and it stung me through the tissue with its dumb dead ass. Oh my god, it dead killed you? Dead ass killed you? A dead ass stung you? Oh my gosh. That's bullshit. You did everything right in this scenario. That stupid motherfucker should have just stayed dead. War against wasps, yeah. Oh wait, I don't need to say yeah. Also says, also gotta love all the conversation topics of this Pokemon puzzle. The eroge and whatnot topic got me killed in-game. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh man, is there an eroge you would want to play? I was gonna say yeah again, and it is like physically hard to stop for some reason right now. Kuno says, LMAO, last will sting. Yeah, that does sting emotionally. Through the tissue, Tier says. That's just fucked up. That's a low blow. Oh. My Miku blanket just waved in the fan and hit me on the leg, and all this talk of bugs has me a little jumpy. So now I'm like, ah! Miku did not sting me. Unless it's through the heart. Because I love her so much. Miku's the real queen. Okay. Oh god, Piplup also why did I make everyone on the right? He's supposed to go left. What the fuck? What am I doing? Okay, Froakie does go down here though. But Sobble goes over here! And this is where we say yikes, am I right? Kanono says, to be fair, I feel like if Twitch allowed it, I would play so many NSFW games. Some of them have really banger stories. And really banger mechanics. Holy shit, I will play Honey Pop night and day. And it's like, it's just Candy Crush. It's like, yo, the difference is one consistently updates all the time and expects you to play it forever. Honey Pop ends when I say it ends. I don't have to do everything there. Like, I feel like it's just a simple puzzle game. So fucking addicting. I love Honey Pop's mechanics so much. I'm like, I've played it with Brevs and other VTuber friend, Monochrome. And like, playing it with them has been really fun. Like, we started the second one, but it's a lot harder. But it's just like fun. Dara says, I want to play Toga Inu no Chi. What is that? Does it have a good story? Kadona says, I love Honey Pop because I love Match 3 games. They're so good. They're so addicting. And Honey Pop 2 was really fun. I still like the OG, I think, the most. And the humor in the OG, too, was really good. I think the humor in the second one was also good, but there were more characters I didn't like in it, and I just didn't feel, like, attached to. And the characters in the first one, I kind of liked them all. To some extent. Versus, I don't know what Honey Pop is. It's a really good eroge, but you don't actually have to play it super duper erotic. Like, you can play, like, a censored version that, has, like, the underwear on still, but I guess because they still have sexy moony sounds, you can't play it on Twitch, which I think is bullshit. Why did they go through all the effort to censor it if Twitch is just gonna be like, not enough? Like, ugh. I really wanted to play Honey Pop. I think on my bio, on Twitter, one of my things is favorite Honey Pop character, and it's, the porn star character, Jessie. She is awesome. Jara says, I played the demo and I loved it a lot, and it sent me, because it's kind of just really insane. Oh, the Toga Inu? I think it's from the makers or publishers of Dramatical Murder. I did like Honey Pop 1 more than 2. Yeah, I think, like, the music also was just a bit better. Not that I'm playing Honey Pop for the soundtrack, but the second soundtrack kind of got on my nerves. The first soundtrack was background music enough that I didn't really notice it. I appreciated that. But from the makers of Dramatical Murder, oh my god, it must be some batshit stuff then, because I feel like Dramatical Murder was like, what the fuck were they thinking? How did they make this? What is Dramatical Murder? Although, to be said, Clear was my favorite. Little fucking weirdo. I liked Clear. And I had a friend who liked Clear, so I ended up making them a sculpture of him one time. Oh man. The days. Those high school days. This is still Sobble. I just gotta get all the Sobble pieces over here. And maybe while I do that, I can start working on Sobble. Oh, Kudona says Honey Pop 2 is okay, but the first game has Aubrey, so Honey Pop 1 wins. Yeah, how are you not gonna have the Mega Bitch with the best, most diverse clothing options? I feel like everyone else's clothing options got a little stale sometimes. Aubrey always kept you guessing, like, what the fuck hair color and style is she gonna have this time? She was so fun. Such a fucking bitch, but oh my gosh. She was so, oh my god, are you stupid or something? Like, she had that vibe so perfect. Tira says, I agree the second one has less likable characters. It feels kind of like you don't get to know them well enough. I feel like in the first one, there are more meaningful reactions, but I don't know. Yeah, in the first one, I was actually surprised because I'd only seen Markiplier play one episode, and then I was like, I need to play this, and so I got it, and immediately played it myself. But as a result, I didn't know that you didn't actually end up getting to date the characters because they kind of do feel like you build up to like know them a little bit more, just a little bit. To the point where you're like, oh, you know some of their insecurities and their feelings. Like, you know Jesse and Tiffany's life really well because they're relatives. And so you get like a vibe, you get a feeling for them, you get to know them a little. But I feel like Honey Pop 2 was more about knowing their interactions together without you, and then just kind of jumping in on it. And it's like, I guess that's fine. It still was fun, and it was very creative. And there are some new characters I really like, and some I was disappointed by. Like, I really liked Lailani in Honey Chem Studio. She had my favorite design. I thought she was super cute. I wanted fan art of her too. But then they had Lailani in Honey Pop 2, and I was so excited. I was like, oh my god, that's my favorite from Honey Chem Studio. And then she was just kind of eh. Like, I was like, okay, she's here. I really just liked the old classic girls because I knew them more. Kanona says, for real. Yeah, I think we can all agree on that. And, Tira says, I love Dramatical Murder. It's so crazy. My sibling loved Aubrey. I feel like Aubrey's someone I've gone from being like, I fucking hate Aubrey, to like, man, I love Aubrey. I feel like it's like, catch me by the second that will change, because Aubrey's just also by the second always changing. But I think overall, positive vibes. I love Aubrey. And I got a redeem from Kamini. Hello, Kamini, to pet my cats. And a redeem from Shobert to hydrate. I'll hydrate first, and I'll go grab my cats, put them on screen. Well, I'll grab the one cat. The other one will fucking flip everything everywhere. Kano says, I never got to play the cam one, so everything there is uncharted territory. And Kamini, hi! Hello! Hope you're doing well. I will hydrate now. This is my evidence of drinking water. It has been reduced to nothing. Time for the recycling bin. But I swear, I still have other water. We will still hydrate. Kuno says, you destroyed the water bottle. No, I just compartmentalized it so I can recycle it better. Kuno says, what a powerful message. You go, I'm gonna hydrate. Shh, is this what you wanted? This was your doing. I'll go grab the cats. I'll be back. Kuno says, you're right. Down with the water. Yeah, down your throat to hydrate. Down with the water. Be right back. I'm gonna put the little, oops marker. Keep the stream up real quick. I have returned. But unfortunately without a cat. I did pet the cats. I told them this is from Kamini and lots of love. I did my usual pet the cats routine. I like the opportunity that with like a hand cam, I can potentially show the cat being pet on stream. I did not bring them though, because they were so comfortable and so happy and content where they were. I just decided, I gave them all the kisses. I said, this is from Kamini. I hope you guys are doing well. And I pet the other one. This is from Kamini. But yeah, I did the usual pet the cats, leave the stream for a second, and told them it was from you. But not the, I feel like hand cam is like a nice idea, but I can't always do it since sometimes they're just so cozy and I'm like, oh man, I'm not gonna pull you up and out of here. You're just so happy. So it's not too disappointing you didn't get the cam treatment of the cats. But saying cam treatment after talking about Honeycam Studio, though, kind of rings different. Brevs and I did talk about getting, like, professionally made Dakimakuros of our cats from, like, a really good furry artist, because we just think it'd be very funny. We could put them on the couch. When people walk in the door, they'll know immediately who they are hanging out with. And they won't have no surprises. They'll be like, alright, we've peaked in understanding who you are. Alright, getting this over here. The whirring of the fan is kind of comforting. I don't know if it catches on stream, but it's kind of nice. Oh, Froakie goes down here. Oh, gosh, goodness gracious, there's so many legs. How does Sobble have so many legs? I'm gonna move them all. I forgot I'm still moving them, so I can move Froakie down here, and then I can move Piplup over here. Because I managed to completely make every character in the least convenient spot possible. There we are. And this goes to Froakie's mouth. And this can actually probably connect to Oshawott already. I feel bad. I have such little, like, impact from Oshawott. I, like, don't really have a lot of feelings toward it at all. Other than that, I got a keychain of it from a kid, or from one of my friends as a kid. And I do still have it. It's attached to my 3DS. Or it was attached to my 3DS. It broke off. But I still display it. And there's 5 different things. I would have put that keychain here, too. I missed 5, guys. I accidentally packed up. Deer says, this feels like the most chaotic puzzle to watch. I bet. There's a lot of blue. You might as well be watching a milk puzzle going on. This is apparently Totodile. And at some point, this light's gonna start being more of a problem than it is anything. Because it might start glaring too hard. The sun is going away, so my light from this direction is dimming. I do have a lamp over here. But the light setup's gonna have to fluctuate. Because it is a pretty weird puzzle to try and stream with all these very one color. Okay, you go here, and then you go here. Alright, we're starting to see it's coming together really rapidly. Like, we're not gonna be done anytime soon, but rapid in the way that, like, wow, it was nothing 5 seconds ago. I don't know how this tail's supposed to go on. Just that it is. I'm assuming here and I'm missing a piece. Probably this one? Yes. Thank you, Squirtle. Yeah, I think most people are really attached to starters because it's your first one. And I think I get attached to my starter when playing the game. But otherwise, as like Pokemon themselves, I think it's because I'm someone who gets into Pokemon because of the designs and because of the characters. So unless I have like a preemptive vibe with you, the chances of me liking you more as a result of playing the game isn't that high. Like some people are like, oh man, I love Talonflame because, or Braviary because they're so good in the game. And I think if I got that far in the game, maybe, but I never really get that far in them. So the only ones I can kind of remember liking as a result of the game that I didn't really care for before are probably you know those like muscly ones that carry like a lot of stuff, Timber and like Conkeldurr in them. I didn't really like them before because they have like veiny heads. Kind of freaked me out. But then I had one on my team named Jolene, and she just decimated the shit out of everything. So after that, I did start liking them more. But I don't play enough Pokemon to like them because of how they played in-game. Tierf says, I had to level with myself and realize I do not like playing Pokemon. That's so fair. I want to like playing Pokemon. Like, I love Pokemon so much. I really want to like playing the game. But I don't like the grind. I always get stuck on it. I've never beaten one because of it. That's actually why I still don't have Soul Silvers, because I lent it out to a friend, because he said he'd do the grind for me, and then he never gave it back, and I've like texted him a bajillion times and being like, dude, give me back my Soul Silver. Still hasn't, asshole. But I feel like it's just, there's so much about it that I'm like, I don't really care much for the gameplay. I just like the exploration. I like solving the little puzzles. Tierf says, I like Pokemon Snap. I like Pokemon Snap. I like Pokemon Puzzle League. I like Pokemon Shuffle. I like Pokemon Picross. I like Pokemon Rumble World to some extent. I like basically, like, you name a spin-off Pokemon that isn't Mystery Dungeon, and that's only because I haven't played it, but I might like those too. You name a spin-off game, chances are I probably really like it. I just don't play enough of the actual ones because I just hate grinding, and I always get to a point where I have to. And also, I think the mechanism of, like, I guess, gym, grind, gym, grind, gym, grind. It's like, I don't know, I just kind of want to explore the world. Kadona says, I like playing Pokemon because I can just turn off my brain playing it sometimes. I think streaming might actually change my love of Pokemon to include the games, because for now it's just, I really like the characters in the side games. But like, I might like the games more because if I stream them, I can just turn my brain off. And I'm not very good at streaming games that require a lot of brain. So, I think it would be really nice to give Pokemon another try, like the game series-wise, with like an older one that's like really simple too, so that I can just kind of like brain off, talk to chat, and then like do the repetitive 4-game cycle of someone who doesn't know well enough to like strategize and make the game interesting. Tierra says, I played it on stream and I did not have fun, but I hope it changes for you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not banking on it, but I think it would be cool. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize Oshawott like pretty much almost done. Holy shit. It has like, how many pieces left? 2. I guess 3, technically, if I got this here. There's like 3 pieces left. When did Oshawott nearly get completed? I've been focusing on Mudkip this whole time. Like, wow, Mudkip's really going by really fast. Shows what I was paying attention to, damn. And there's one of the 3 Oshawott pieces. Well, I should probably leave these for now and try to keep moving forward. Give everyone a fair chance. I say as I continue to complete Piplup. Okay, we'll come back. We need to start forming the right side. Kadona says, I had a lot of fun streaming Scarlet and Violet when it came out. I think Scarlet and Violet is too complex for me to turn off brain. But as a result, I think I do look forward to playing it someday. Because I think it has more mechanics than just walk, gym, walk, gym, walk, gym. Which kind of gets... Oh, a piece fell. Damn, I hate to have that happen again. I feel like when you have more mechanics, I definitely have more intrigue and reason to stick around. And Scarlet and Violet seems like it has like a lot more going on, and I would want to travel with friends. Oh, another piece fell. There we go, dang, making sure. When I like get this all less cluttered, I'm going to check the ground for pieces just in case. So I feel like I like Scarlet Violet more just because I won't have to just do walk, gym cycle. Oh, hello, Revenants! Thank you for the raid! How are you? Gnome says, to be fair, it's more open so you have lots of things to do. The entire game is like 3 different stories. Yeah, that sounds really fun. In Revenants, we're talking about Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I don't know if you've played it, but Word on the Street is it's 3 different games in one, so you have a lot of different range to do. Speaking of games, though, how was your game? How was stream? Rev says, Ghosty Ghost raid! I forgot my own raid message. Go me. Well, I don't have one. You're all good in this neighborhood. A lot of people say rainy raid. I'll take it. Kuno says, I love that you can just have friends with you running around. Yes, I think having, like, multiplayer Pokemon is, like, the coolest thing ever. I would love to do that. If I get Scarlet and Violet, I'll let you know. We can run around in it. If you have the time. I don't want to be presumptuous. Alright, Mika, you're gonna have to take a step back. You're in the way. I mean, you're not in the way. You could just be in a different way. That's better. Tears dancing. Welcome in the raid. Shobra gifted a sub to Revenants. Thank you, Shobra. That's so sweet of you. Thanks. You get a heart this time. You've gifted so many subs this time. Thank you. Mara says, oh shit, thank you so much, Shobra. Kadona says, for sure, hit me up and I'm down to play. Yay! I will. Rona says, Miku in the way? Impossible. Oh, yeah, you're right. There's no way. She's only perfection. I got this one super cheap because it didn't have a stand, but the other day I actually saw the stand it comes with, and I'm like, you know, it's a basic stand. I don't feel bad I don't have the stand. Also, getting super cheap is nice. But how are you, Rev? How's it going? I'm gonna move Squirtle's face up. We are puzzling, and the only Pokemon getting the message are this bottom left corner. What that really means is I have focused too much on this bottom left corner, and I need to start focusing on other areas. I'm doing great. Finished the first chapter in Paper Mario 64. Ooh, you've played it before. It's a replay through, right? How you liking the retrospective, as they call it. Or did that just come out on, what is it? They just released it on the thing where you have a Switch and you have the online games, and then they'll, like, let you do certain games online that are from old systems. Actually not. First time I'm playing this one. Oh, that's awesome. Well then, great. How's your first time experiences? I've played the 1,000-Year Door loads of times. Oh, okay. Different Paper Marios. Well, yeah. How's it holding up? Especially in comparison to 1,000-Year Door. Ruin says, it's great. Oh, good. Shobra says, Paper Mario is very good. I've only heard great things. Like, I feel like I've never met someone who's played Paper Mario and was like, meh. I'm just glad that Mario has such, like, a wide range of series and stuff. Like, why not? If you've got a mascot character, do the most with it. There's also some super cute characters from Paper Mario. I know there was... Oh no, that's Super Mario RPG. Gosh dang it. I was thinking of the Geno character everyone really likes. But I know Paper Mario has a really cool Goomba and then a really cool purple ghost lady that people really like. Lauren says, right? I love Vivian. Is Vivian the Goomba or the purple ghost lady? It's the purple ghost lady, right? Kuno says, Paper Mario. BRB getting the paper shredder. No! And Rev says, well, it's a tale of two sides, unfortunately, lol. Oh? What's that mean? And Company says, you ring. You know I'm always ringing. Hello. Remnant says, just met Bombette in this game and she's great. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying all the characters in this one too. And Company says, JK. No, own it. I did ring. How are you? Tariff says, the purple ghost. Oh my gosh, that's why you say you rang. I am so We're nearing hour 3 where I have -1 brain cell. I'm just like, oh yeah. Yeah, Kamini, the purple ghost. Revenant says, Vivian's the purple ghost lady. I love so much. I love her so much. Tira says, I like the cat made Boo. What? There's a cat made Boo? Kanura says, the cute purple ghost is here. For real. Mara says, hi, Kamini. Queenie says, hi, I'm good. How are you? I'm doing well, but I am like, my mental capacity just is like on this steep decline. I just like, oh yeah, I'm just drifting along doing puzzles and enjoying conversation that I admittedly do struggle to keep up with, but I have a really good time with. So thank you, everyone. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. Kamini sends hearts, and Shobra says, Fiery Jinx, my beloved. Man, lots of love for Paper Mario characters. Kamini says, it's a Friday, so this is understandable. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a job, but I do have good reason to be this mentally checked out. It is just what happens when I sit up for 3 hours. That is just life. Queenie says, or Rev says, for a sec I thought you were calling Rain Boo and was frantically searching for a cat made on the setup on screen. Oh man, I guess I got the complexion of a Boo. I could probably do like a Boo cosplay. My hair does like kind of a flip up, be like the tail wisp. I feel like white skin with white hair might be like kind of like a, more of like a, gosh, retro cartoon vibe though. Like it'd just be like uncolored rainy. But yeah, I'm glad it's Friday. If you have the weekend off, you got any fun weekend plans? I will personally be packing this weekend. Lots and lots of packing. What on earth is happening to this foot here? Like, I know it's a foot, but I feel like reasonably it shouldn't be one. Okay. I'm trying to no avail to move on to different characters. I'm like, alright, gonna try to give other ones some time and some love. Continues to do the same 2 characters I've been doing. Guyan says, Rainy! Hello, Guyan, how are you? It has been so long. I haven't streamed in months. It's good to see you. Kuno says, the real question is if you can do the laugh. Oh, like the, hee-hee laugh of a Boo. Can it just be like that? Hee-hee. If I were a Boo, that's what it would sound like. Gosh, don't you need like a voice mod to do the Boo laugh? Can someone do that without one? I mean, I'm sure. Comedy says, my friends are raring to kill me again in party animals, so I look forward to the weekend, lol. Oh, heck yeah. Then party animals, do you go against each other? Maybe you guys have a co-op mode, and then you'll live. Though it seems like you have fun dying, and in very oh, I shook the desk. In very creative ways, too. And Kudono says, Uno, reverse them. Yeah! Kill them first! Assassin them! Assassinate. Dare says, my fun weekend plan is catching up on work because I slept for basically 2 days straight. Position of defeat. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I hope it was a good rest, but good luck with work. May it bring some sort of joy or fulfillment to at least get it done. Company says, I'm so bad. Please look forward to just me falling off the stage all the time. Oh, if the stage has ways to fall off of it, of course. Why would they do that? That's so cruel. Kuno says, you know what? I'll take that laugh. Hee hee. That's the Boo laugh now. Kamini, no! Get good, Kamini. Enter your montage stage. Or just be, like, throw your charm at them. Show them how cool you are, and then they'll be like, oh, yeah, you're right. I can't kill you, Kamini, because you're just so cool, and you just reminded me of how awesome you are, and I just can't bring it in me to kill you. That's what I do in all my games. I just make people feel bad, and they can't kill me. Kudono says, my weekend plans are meeting up with a friend to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And then also catching up on work. Oh, dang. Best of luck with your work, too. May there also be fulfillment when you complete it. And kick your friend's ass, okay? I bet your decks are amazing, especially after your big Yu-Gi-Oh! Haul. And they don't stand a chance with your strategy. Coney says, LOL, no you, Rainy. Thanks. Oh, wait. My heart's too low. Thanks. When receiving compliments, it is always the gamble that my brain is too slow now to be like, should I accept it so hard that I'm like, ah, yeah, because I am just so charming? Or should I accept it in a more humble way? I always have to think about it, but like, what's the best way to do this? And I'm like, you know, if the brain is too far right now, I will just accept the compliment as a normal person. But Company says, accept it with so much pride. Alright, I will. Thank you. Rev says, I have to head off right now. Hope you have a lovely rest of stream, Rainy. Thanks for stopping by, Rev, and thanks again for raid. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Kudo says, sleep well, Rev. Yes, when you head off to bed, I hope you sleep well. And Rev says, see ya, Kudo. Thanks for dropping by. And may your future Mario streams have lots of fun. I hope the game lives up to the hype. I know recently they said they were going to release I don't know where this goes. I don't know why I'm pretending I know where that goes. I don't. I'm just gonna move on. They said they were releasing a Kirby Advance game that apparently has mixed reviews, but I've never played a Kirby Advance game, so I'm kind of excited for it to come out on the Switch. Guyan says, Rainy's the best thing that happened after the invention of garlic bread. Aww, you flatter me. Thank you. I do love some garlic bread. And Tara says, I think I usually just say, aw, thank you, but sometimes, depending on the person saying it, I'm like, I know. You can always say I know with me. I think if you were ever like... I feel like when people react that way, it just makes me happy, so that's why I think I even react like that at all, is I'm like, you know, I'm so happy when people know they're cool. Except for me, it's usually a bit, not that I know I'm cool. Although I guess if I have such wonderful company, it must be indicative that I supply a similar quality of company. Which is a nice compliment in itself. To have good friends means that you must be good too. This is something I've learned with sentience, correct? Versus Oshawott is almost finished, huh? Yeah, oh my goodness, Oshawott is almost finished. It has like 2 pieces left, the ear and the hand. So I'm trying to move on to Totodile, which is kind of a pain. We'll see. Ursa says, Ensable is invisible. Lore accurate. Yeah, this is just the camouflage. Kuro says, accepting compliments? Nah, deflect that back at them. That's how I do. Oh my gosh, it was like, there's a country that's like, oh, if you accept a compliment, the courtesy is to reflect it back. And I'm like, well, I'm gonna reflect it back, but I'm still accepting the compliment. Like, I'll be like, dude, you're also really cool. But I'm not gonna say, no, I'm not cool. I'm just gonna say, well, you are also cool. We'll be cool together. What the fuck is happening up here? What is Totodile? Who made this? I'm taking it back. You're no longer a favorite. Dear says, I feel like it should be cooler to just have pride and love yourself. I agree. Guys says, only cool people would have this many colored themed plushies. Thank you. I have a lot more blue plushies, but I try to do specifically Pokemon with the exception of Bluey. Bluey, actually, my sibling has the matching bingo. Because they're like, oh, you're the bingo to my Bluey. And, because they're my older sibling. Which is a nice sentiment. So now whenever we text, I usually send them, like a blue heart and an orange heart for bingo and Bluey. And Ursa says, true. Yeah, I love confidence. I just love when people, like, love themselves. I think we rely on people to have, like, humbleness a lot. And I'm like, yeah, to a degree. I think being humble is still important. But I think being proud of yourself is undermined and usually pushed as, like, a last thought. And I'm like, you know, that should be the first way we react. Even if it's just internally. We should have a sense of pride. We made it this far, didn't we? Who says, I don't know, I only see Pokemon plushies there. You're right. Sorry, Bluey. I hate to ostracize you. You are a Pokemon. What was I thinking? Yeah, thank you everyone for telling me about your weekend plans. I love hearing them. May it be a good weekend for us all. Just go here. Nope, it does not. But can it go there? Just for me? Like, it'd be like, hey, Rain, we know that you're having a hard time with Totodile specifically, so we made sure that this puzzle piece can just go here anyways. And I'd be like, oh, thank you, puzzle, you know me so well. And then we would be best friends. How about that? Is that not the ending? Tira says, be a pal and fit. Yeah, just be a pal and fit. That sounds good. Tira has such good advice. Why would you not listen? There are so many legs and feet and things. This is getting increasingly chaotic to consume for my eyes. I can't imagine from your perspective with my camera from my childhood recording. This camera is from like 2009. It's not the best quality. You might be like, that shows. But I feel like it's incredibly impressive for the time period. Kuno says, it'll fit right in when you grab the hammer. Ah, yes. Oh my gosh, speaking of hammer, I can't find my hammer. As I've been moving, I've been trying to like take down posters and stuff like that have nails holding them up. And like, the other day I was like, oh man, I need to get the hammer for it. And I was like, I am just going to brute force. I will just pull these out of the wall. I am too lazy. I am too tired. And you know, sure enough I did. And none of them got damaged, so it worked out. This goes here. This has to go here. Surely. It'll fit in when I get the other piece. A little bit of spike. If you guys were to be any type of trainer in Pokemon, what kind of trainer would you want to be? I personally would like to be an electric trainer, but I understand that water is probably more likely for someone like me. So that just goes to show that you became the hammer. I am the hammer. Hammer time is just code word for Rainy is streaming. And it says ghost type for sure. Oh yeah, I know you love ghost types. I think that'd be really fun. And it says grass type or fire type. Ooh. There need to be more grass, fire, dual type Pokemon. I feel like that's a good combination. But yeah, I'd love to see you as like, oh, you remind me of Milo. That's his name, right? From Sword and Shield. He's like the botanist. Or I guess he's a farmer. I might be misdiagnosing Milo's career, but he's super cute. I can't misdiagnose that. Versus probably grass type so I can have a big greenhouse. Yeah, like I feel like that setting totally suits you. Where does this go? It's the crotch, isn't it? It is. Oh, Intruder69 redeemed husband reveal. It has been such a long time since we've done one of these. That might be because I haven't streamed in so long. Alright, let me pull up the husbands. So we got 1 through 15 now. You have to pick a number. Or you can just say, surprise me, and I'll pick a random one. Either way, I will be surprised. I've listed them in my system as husbands 1 through 15, so I have no clue who I'm about to go off about. But I have to give a story about them. I have to tell them why they're my husband. And I feel like there's something else I have to do. Let me see. I'll check my own redeem. Because I kept forgetting to tell the story for T'Challa. I was so pissed about it. Okay, I'll tell you at least one fictional specimen of mine, and either how I found them, what made me like them, or a story I might have about them. Okay, so how I found them, what made me like them, and a story about them. Number 7. And Tara says, I'd like dark, ghost, or fairy for me, but I don't know. Oh, fairy does have a lot of, like, cute, pastry-themed ones, like alchemy and stuff like that. I mean, I say a lot, but I only know alchemy off the top of my head. Maybe that new bread dog is fairy. Ghost says, let's run a dual ghost and fairy type gym. Oh man, that'd be so cool! Ghosts and fairies, like, get super supernatural. Alright, we're about to enter husband number 7. Oh, I don't know why I get nervous. I really look forward to these. I genuinely, like, have a great time each time. But I'm like, oh, who do I need to confess my love about today? But also, yay! Okay, we got it. Husband number 7 is Rovali from, oh my god, this is actually weirdly topical to a conversation I just had with my friends. Also, what the hell is he doing behind my chat? Get him up here. What is he doing over here? Get him above chat. What is happening? There we go. Get him above everything. Well, Rovali is husband number 9. The end. Intruder69 says, yee! Intruder says, yeah! Intruder says, bird daddy. Yeah, he is. Okay, now I'm working with this amount of space to express myself. And I'm excited about it, because we should have this much space for Rovali. Get the heck back in here. Okay. Rovali. I found Rovali. We should start with the start. We found Rovali naturally through Breath of the Wild. This is the content he's from. I was playing the game. And I played it in English at first. And Ursa says, chicken husbando. I was going to say don't disgrace him by calling him a chicken, but, you know, I think chicken gijinkas and furries can be really cute too, so it's not a disgraceful thing. Chickens are very valuable, good creatures. But yes, definitely a husbando. So I found him, and we played it through it in English first, and the voice actors are fine. They do their best. Revs is not a big fan of Princess Zelda's English voice actor, though. Not the person. The person's probably a swell being. But they just weren't a fan of the voice. So we switched it to Japanese audio, and I think that's actually what made me fall in love with Husburbando? Husburmdo? That's really hard to say, but I think that's actually the best way you could fuse that. Is what Ursa says. Husburbando. Burbando. Get me a bourbon to say Husburbando. So, we turned it to Japanese, and I'll be honest, I do like both Rovali's voice actors. They're both really solid, and I actually watched a video where it's like all Rovali's voice actors. I think they're all swell. But the Japanese one sold me, because the way he talks in Japanese, if you did not know, is very different from how he talks in English. I don't know Japanese, so you're just gonna have to take this by the tiny, tiny bit of Japanese I do know. But the way he talks in Japanese is like infinitely more informal than it is in English. So in English, he's all like, oh, watch me do a swell move, or whatever. Like, he's very, like, formal, like, I guess you must witness such majesty. But, like, in Japanese, oh yeah, and he does, Rivali's gale is now ready. But in English, he goes, Reboru tornado! And you're like, what? Like, he calls it a tornado? Like, there's nothing majestic about that. It's, like, kind of Chunibyo in a way. That he's like, yeah, I make tornadoes because I'm just so fucking cool. And he's like, he says stuff like, see ya. Like he's kind of a punk. Like, he's not like a farewell, lame hero. Like, he's more like, see ya, punk. And I'm like, what? Why did they translate him to have a different dialect? He still comes across as, like, this pompous guy, but I think pompous guy with, like, a formal voice, I'm like, there you go, that we have a bajillion. Pompous guy with, like, a punk-ass voice, he was, like, a little bit informal, like, he's kind of like a prick, I guess, but, like, like, a little bit delinquent-y vibes, and a little bit of Chunibyo vibes. I mean, Reboru Tornado, whenever you summon him, also his name isn't Rivali, I guess, it's, like, Reboru, but, like, the Chunibyo vibes are so good. I'm a sucker for it. I just think that's, like, the confidence we were talking about earlier, is, like, it's just so nice when someone has that, and Rivali has that in excess. Intruder says, Ursa sounds like a weird Airbnb ripoff. Husbando. Giordano says, so JP goes sort of feral. Yeah, he's got, like, a lot more sass. And it's not like, you know, like a subtly convoluted sass where it's like, oh, well, I guess if you didn't know any better. Like, he's kind of like, the English one's like a little passive-aggressive, like, pompous. And that's fine. But the, like, delinquent, as you said, feral, like, he's, like, a cocky piece of shit, and I think it's so much funnier, and I love him so much more for it. People like him for the English voice too, and I could definitely see that. I think there was something about hearing that Japanese one though that I'm like, oh my god, he has clicked with me. And so then he was my wallpaper, he was on my laptop, he was my icon, there was jokes about him were my laptop password, and I had like a screensaver that would play that was like a bajillion Rivali pictures whenever I left my laptop. So good. I remember I was drawing a Gajinka of him once in, like, the style of the Rito from Wind Waker. It was really fun. Zero says, it's okay just to be a shithead. Yeah, it's sometimes really endearing. Like, I've had characters in Husband Reveal, like Hayes from Roll Flipper, who's, like, kind of humble. But then there's, like, Rivali, who's, like, a smart ass because he's smart. And he has a nice ass. But Intruder says, I think my favorite voice for him was probably a parody dub where he's Scottish. I am down with Scottish Rivali. That sounds great. I will take it. But I think that's how I found him, and how he became a husband is probably through hearing the Japanese voice actor and that personality. Why I like him, I love his confidence. I like that he's like short guy confidence. I also have short guy confidence, so I relate. I think he's a really pretty character. I was originally one of those salty people who loved Wind Waker and hated that the Rito were now just bird furries and not like the species they were originally designed as. But I'm like, you know, they've grown on me through Rivali. I think it's always nice to have a character that helps you like something more, that, especially if you originally didn't really like it that much, and you had some sort of beef with it. If someone can introduce it to you in a way that makes it happier and you like the content more, I think that's a lot. That's a pretty powerful character. Also, red eyeliner? Holy shit. Looks hot as hell. 10 out of 10. Will date a character with red eyeliner more than if they weren't wearing the red eyeliner. It's so cute. His little Kirby cheeks. Can you say moe? Because I can. Holy shit. Also, nice biceps. He must work out, which is fair because he's a bird. He probably uses his arms a lot, I'm just gonna say. But yeah, I think also he's got like that nice corset. Like it's kind of a slutty corset. We're gonna be real here. This picture isn't showing it that well, but like with the baggy belt around it, it just kind of accentuates his hips. And I'm also a short man with lots of confidence and hips. So I don't know, everything about him, I relate, and I also just love. I think it's like one of those characters that's kind of like an inner voice thing too sometimes. Sometimes we got our inner Chunibyo, our inner cockiness, but we kind of are like more self-aware. It's gonna have nice to have a character that just kind of says, fuck that, I'm cool anyway. In a fictional setting, it can be nice. Judah says, LMAO bird slut. He is a bird slut. This is such a slutty outfit. No sleeves either, because, of course, wings, but I think it definitely adds. Like, this is peak furry bird to me. I don't think I've ever seen another furry bird, or, like, anthro bird, ever, that has been as sexy as Rivali is. Also, seeing him next to Taba in Age of Calamity, which was a great time, by the way. Recommend that game. Just a 3D beat 'em up. Real good. But, in Age of Calamity, seeing him next to Taba makes you realize how short Rivali is for his species. And I'm like, thank you! Give me more attractive short men! Like, I feel like it's always like some sort of gimmick or caricature whenever a guy is short. And I'm like, excuse me? Like, we're not all just cartoonish. Like, I feel like you can be short and in many sizes and be incredibly cute. So, I don't know. He's not just a mascot short guy, like they often are. He's a very hot guy, short guy with a nice waist. So, I like him for attractive reasons, personality reasons, overall, just genuinely a treat for the eyes, a treat for the soul, a treat for the heart. Any stories I have, I guess was an ending note. Shiver says, it is time. I'm hopeful the rest of your stream goes well, Rain. Thank you for stopping by! There's a promise I must fulfill. Best of luck. You got this. Please take care. Goodbye. Goodbye, and thanks again for stopping by and for all the gift subs. I appreciate it, and have a good night. But, the, last, I guess, story of sorts, since, like, the voice thing is kind of just how I found him, in a way, is that recently I was on stream with Rezi, and we were trying to figure out which, like, Zelda race we would be. I got Rito, which kind of felt obvious the more I did answers, because, like, oh, of course I do bow and arrow. Of course I like colder weather. Of course I like Tabantha as my favorite region. And, they were like, who's your favorite, like, guardian or whatever? And I was like, oh, Rivali. And I'm like, gosh, I'm just gonna get Rito. There is no way I'm getting another Hyrule race. And sure enough, it was like, you're a Rito. And I was like, that checks out based on how I answered. It wasn't one of those I was gunning for, it just it felt inevitable. I don't think I'm a Rito particularly, but I'm not complaining. A Rito or a Zora, both very cool. So, I was happy with the result, but we're taking the quiz, and Grezi went first, and she was like, Ergo went first. She's like, oh, as long as you don't pick Rivali, he's the worst. I hate that guy. Paraphrasing, that's not her exact words, but she was like, just not Rivali. I can't imagine anyone who would pick Rivali. That guy sucks. And I was like over here like, man, I can't wait to take my turn to the quiz. So they're taking it, and he's like maneuvering the mouse for me. Ergo is. And I'm like, oh, Rivali's my favorite. And she's like, oh! I'm like, I understand. He's a piece of shit. If you don't like him, I will not be offended. He's a lot. And he's like an asshole to your main characters, so if you don't like him, you're probably really empathetic with your main characters. That's very fair. Konoha says, no! Yeah. I was like smug over here, like, oh man, I'm so sorry, Grezi, I'm about to break it to you. Rivali's like my favorite. And I was like, I think I said at the time something like he might be husband material, or I was like, he's a very pretty bird. But I was like, man, I wonder someday I'm gonna get husband revealed on Rivali. Sure enough, we got a husband and revealed. The very next husband reveal is Rivali. So that is endearing because he's been fresh on the mind. Tara says, me with Travis. I'm excited to hear your husband review on Travis, because now I am failing to remember who that is. But as for this husband reveal, it has come to a conclusion. Thank you so much for redeeming. I am going to write down the timestamp so that I can find it easier later. But thank you. This husband reveal, Rivali from Breath of the Wild. I almost hit end stream. That was an accident. I am gonna delete Rivali real quick. Oh man, I hate to delete his face. I should just keep it here the rest of the stream. We all like looking at him, right? Alright, 309 is when that came in. So I can go ahead and separate it later. Not hashtag 09. I don't know why I was holding the shift key. Thank you again for husband revealing. I love those. I love explaining the stories, the origins, and all the reasons why I like something. It's very indulgent, so I appreciate you indulging me. He said, Tirf said, no more heroes protect. Oh, that's right. Where you're like, that's a piece of shit, no one has to like him, but I sure do. Tirf says, woo! Yeah, husband review, we're done. That's, I think, the fifth one? Kuno says, LMAO, that was the husband reveal. End stream. What a power move. If you don't agree with me, you're wrong. Rivali is everything. No, I thought it was so funny that Grizzy was like, man, I can't imagine anyone picking Rivali on stream, and I'm like, ha 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 ha. I feel like if you ever watched Agretzko, the Fennec Fox, just like doing the little ha 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 laugh. Not because I wanted Grezzy to feel bad, of course. Like, but she didn't, I don't think. I think she was just very like, oh, I caught off guard, like, whoops, my bad. But he is definitely one of those characters. If you don't like him, I don't think it makes you a good or bad person. I think it just makes you a person with an opinion, and that's so valid. Opinion all day. I appreciate them. If you guys have played Breath of the Wild, though, do you have a favorite champion? I feel like it was different for everyone I streamed with was Rev, Grezzy, and Ergo. I think Ergo liked Link the most. But I got some choice words about the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom Link. Even though Link is one of my husbands and I love him a lot. I feel like I have some choice words about the Link specifically from that game. So I did not pick him. But I do love Link a lot, so I will say, awesome choice, but I have some complex feelings about it. Not that I'm here to judge my friends' choices. They have all wonderful choices. There's no wrong choice. If Link's your favorite champion, please don't be discouraged to say so. But I know Eriko chose Link, and then I think, actually Grezzy might have also chosen Link, I'm not sure. But she always... I mean, she makes me think of Mipha because she's just so calm and so kind and so loyal. So I feel like Grezzy totally gives me Mipha vibes. But I know Revenant chose Urbosa, which, I mean, yeah, she is awesome. Kanoa says, I love Link in every game, but champion, it has to be Urbosa. Champion! I don't know why I said Guardian. Urbosa is so fucking cool. I feel like if Rivali wasn't there, I would have said Urbosa, because... I mean, you've seen her. She's so cool. And I don't just mean like, oh, you've seen her, she's so attractive. Because, I mean, obviously. But like, her like fighting style is so cool. And like her aura, like her like general like presence and everything. Like, she's just such an awesome person. And like the way she's like there for Zelda, I don't know. Overall, just like a really cool person. She would have made husbandless though if it weren't for Rivali. She'd be my screensaver. You don't have to have only one husband per thing. But I feel like whenever I find a character that I like that much in a content, it's like all about them. I don't know if that makes me like a monogamous fandom person. I don't think so. Taking the fact that I have this list and it is massive. So this totally goes here, but it doesn't go there? What? This fits in like way too well for it not to go there. Like there's like a tiny little piece of foot here, and it needs a tiny little piece of foot. And it even completes the circle. Yeah, I feel like that has to go there, but this does not go here. So is this incorrect? Yeah, I think this piece is wrong. When it goes here, but not here. Interesting, okay. I mean, you can fool me once, and you most certainly will do it twice. Intruder says, poly husbands. Yeah, these are just... Husband reveal is just slowly showing Rain's harem. Of random, probably anime guys. And gals. I have some ladies in here. I mean, the first one I did was Rarity. And to this day, I still think of how that was. Every now and then, when people are like, oh, you like My Little Pony? And I'm like, just thinking of how Rarity was my first husband reveal. She deserves it. She's cool. I think anyone would have been great. Does that get you? But at the same time, I just go picking characters like if I was shopping at the 99-cent store, like, ooh, this one's cute. This one's cute. That's so fair. I'm gonna try to change this light a bit so it's not shining so hard on Squirtle. Whoop! I want it to shine harder. Like that. Don't hug me, I'm scared meme. Harder. I don't know if I can get Squirtle to shine any less than it already is. But it's being a bit of a brat. Let's see. I knew I'd have to do lighting on stream. on prompt lighting. Is that any better? Let me know if that's like shit and you can't see anything. I'm gonna try to turn it just a little bit. Gosh, hopefully there's some visibility there. I don't know, that might be a bit hard. This has become the rain lighting stream. Maybe if I just pull it further away, it'll light up less. Sorry for your eyes. Hope that didn't hurt. Kano says, I couldn't bring myself to do reveals because I have no words to explain why some are there. I think that'd still be fun if you're just like, well, there they are. Moving on. Oh man, I need this light. Maybe if I'll just turn it this way. A little more. Well, some pieces are shiny. Unfortunately, this puzzle's not matte. I'm gonna keep that in mind for the future though. If I see any matte puzzles, I'll be sure to get them. And I have no clue what this piece is. There they are. I will not be answering questions. Yeah, basically just do that. Like, thank you for your curiosity. The end. There says, that be me. Puts up image, refuses to elaborate. Why do you, I mean, it's not the defend yourself stream. It's just what it is. I like defending my husband choices, but I guess for me a defense is just, I'm right, you're wrong, and this is why. There's no defense here. It is just like listen to me spit facts for a while about why this character deserves all of the love I'm giving it. The end. This doesn't go here. I don't know. I made this puzzle, so I think it goes here. It doesn't go there either? Well, now I think you're scamming me. This is a scam. I do know how to puzzle. Oh goodness. Man, the range of this puzzle stream is that the first one was 4.5 hours, I think, and the first one was 3.5 hours, and the second one was 4.5 hours. And so I was trying to like plot out what time period am I gonna get this done? Thus why the stream time did change a couple times. But I was like trying to figure out what would be the best time. I stuck with 4. I still think that was a good choice. But does this go here? What was he saying? Oh yeah, but I guess it has the effect of me being a little more tired on the end. I don't think that changes too much. Oh, there's my bell going off, but I think I know who's at my door. But it's not Brev, so I'm not gonna answer it. I'm knocking my door. So I think at my door, and Ursa says, puzzles difficult. They are. Puzzles are hard, especially with as few brain cells as I have. But I think the person at my door, I think it's the neighborhood kids. They sometimes come by and they ask me to draw Pokemon with them, which is nice. It's very kind. I draw, and then this one kid, their grandma just sits out, and I talk with their grandma, and we draw Pokemon of whatever Pokemon they want. And it's fun. It's a nice thing to make sure I like get outside and get some sort of like sunlight, I guess, so I don't become completely dead to sun. But I do have other things to do. Not I guess, like, I want to say not often, but now that I'm moving, definitely all the time. I am very busy, and I'm trying to say goodbye to a bunch of people. But I was like, oh man, I do want to also say goodbye and like be like, thanks for all the chalk times. Thanks for drawing Pokemon with me. But today I did tell them, because I talked with them yesterday, and I was like, make sure I will be busy tomorrow. So you can't come by. Things to do. But I think one of the kids is like 9 years old, and so I feel like these things just kind of go in one ear and out the other. And so if they came by and wanted to puzzle, then I'd ring my doorbell. I'm like, okay, well, that's, again, like a nice gesture, but I do have other things to do. Which the kid's grandma does say to them sometimes, like, hey, you can't always go get that neighbor, and, like, they have other things to do. Which I appreciate that the grandma will vouch that I have a life outside of chalking Pokemon. But as it should be to this kid, my only life is chalking Pokemon. It's hard to tell them otherwise. Where does this go? This is Squirtle. Okay. This is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. Okay. I need to work on Poplio. I feel kind of bad, but there was a certain point where Ursa says, right, bestie, I'm gonna lay down some mins and BRB. Alright, well take care and enjoy your break. Oh my gosh, as if you were the one streaming. Enjoy your rest, take care. And thanks for stopping by. If I don't see you again and you lay down for a good while, I just hope you rest well. And thanks for everything. Thanks again for the sub. And Kadona says, I used to play with a kid cousin that lived next door to me before he moved away. My one vivid memory is him asking me why I was black. That's such a weird question, but kids really do ask you those questions. Like, the kids the other day were like, asking me why Brevs is in my house. They're like, are you married? And I'm like, yeah, well, like, I guess, like, legally. And, like, I'm not trying to explain to these kids what aromantic is and that, like, we're just friends, I guess. But I'm like, well, they're like, so do you date? And I'm like, what? And one of the kids is like, because they gather sometimes when they see that I'm drawing. So there becomes multiple on occasion. And they're like, so, like, why is that person there in your house? I'm like, why? That's just a specific question. You ever said I also asked someone why they were black when I was a child? Yeah, children really do just say the darndest things. I know I've asked a share of very weird questions growing up. Tira says, because she lives there. Yeah, because Brevs lives here. You're like, why is she there? Also, so, like, Brevs is, like, a really pretty person. I say this as, like, someone who, when I met her, gosh, I don't even know how to introduce, I guess. She's very, like, she's got, like, flippy hair, it's very cute, she's got a nice figure, she's got, like, pretty eyelashes. Just take my word, Brevs is, like, she kind of looks like Kara from Detroit. But for some reason, where we live, everyone keeps thinking Brevs is not a lady, and they all just keep assuming that she's a boy. And so they're like, is that your boyfriend? And I'm, like, always caught off guard. Like, what? What do you mean? Like, who? And they're like, are you dating? I'm like, well, first of all, she is a lady. So there's, like, a lot to unpack with these questions. Because then it's like, well, why are you married if you're not romantic? And I'm like, I'm getting interrogated by these kids. And there's only one kid that's like, why are you asking him all these questions? I appreciate that one kid that has, like, the sense to be like, this is invasive, but at the same time, I'm like, whatever. I told them, I was like, if you ask a question I don't want to answer, I'll just tell you, but feel free to ask me anything you want. I don't really mind. Which opens myself up to questions. I don't really mind. I do get worried that their parents are going to come at me and be like, what the fuck did you teach my child? But I'm like, look, I just told them what my life story was. I did end it with saying, this is a weird situation, not a lot of people do this. And then the kids were explaining to each other what my situation was, because one's like, wait, so how does that work? And the other one's like, this is what it is. Remember one kid's like, they were like, so why are you married then if you don't have romantic feelings for each other? And I was like, well, because you get, like, financial benefits, so, like, she can help me out with money stuff. These kids are, like, 10. At least she can help me out with money stuff. And, so, like, she can help me out with, like, medical bills, because my medical bills are kind of expensive. And so it just ended up working out that way. And one of them's like, wait, so I don't get it. And the other one's like, so, like, his friend can help her out with, like, money. Like, she's got, like, money, and if they're married, then it's easier for her to use it. And then they were like, oh, okay. And I'm like, that's the gist. Corona says, should have said she's a thief. Yeah, should have been like, what? Who's in my house? And Tara says, wait, who is in my house? Yeah. Corona says, there's someone in my house? Tara says, wow, brag about your hot wife. This is a joke. Yeah, Brevs is like really gorgeous. Could model, 10 out of 10, has gotten that comment several times. She's just really, really pretty. But like, I really just gotta emphasize that she's really pretty, specifically. And like, we're still in a day and age where men aren't really expected to be pretty, which is why it throws me off when people think she's male. Because I'm like, I don't know. If we're in a binary-ass, backwards-ass, fucking closed-minded-ass state, I assumed you would think she was female because she's so pretty. But that's not the assumption she gets. But I guess maybe they're so closed-minded that just by the fact that she is tall, and her hair is not long. Like, it's like medium length, but it's not long. We're in Bible Belt territory, which nothing of religion, but of conservative nature. People here do have that kind of view. When I vote, I do wear, because I am perceived as female, I do wear. Where the fuck does this pace go? I give up. I do wear like a long dress and I let my hair down and I'm like, I'm just a conservative Christian woman. Don't mind me. I definitely like cosplay a very chill, unassuming, mindless person. Not to say that conservative Christian women are mindless, but I try to be as like, I'm not a threat. I am just a somewhat simple lady. And then no one finds me threatening. If James from Team Rocket can do it, so can I. There says, may also just be they perceive you as female, so they just assume she's male. Oh yeah, Kadona says that. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I hadn't considered that. I was like, why? What about her says male? It's probably me that says female, and that's why they assume she is male. Yeah, because, I mean, the thing is, she's like more androgynous than I am in the way that like her fashion sense. Mine is very binary in the way that it leans heavily toward female. Like I wear skirts and I wear like stockings and I wear bows and stuff like that. I wear like the kind of thing you see here. So if we're talking about the modern day binary in the year 2023, the assumption that I'm female is the consistent. It is a 10 out of 10 chance people will assume I'm female. I don't mind. It's fine. Girls are cool. But with Brevs, I think where we live has been, like, because where we used to live was really, like, when we met in college, was really progressive. And everyone immediately was like, oh, she's just an androgynous girl. And, like, everyone knew she was a girl that just had, like, dressed in flannel and skinny jeans and stuff like that. So everyone just knew. Which, again, is still assuming gender, so I don't condone it either. But everyone still she/heard her all the time. It's really been weird living somewhere where she gets sirred. I'm like, what? How are you getting sirred? And she's like, oh yeah, well, this is where I grew up and I'm used to it. And I'm like, what? I'm so confused. But yeah, I guess that's just how it is here sometimes. We're not moving anywhere that's more politically, considerate, unfortunately. But we are moving to a bigger house. So, that's nice. I'll take it. I'm starting to notice all these pieces that are pushed up toward the top that I'm just slowly ignoring and pretending don't exist. I don't want to do them! Sometimes I'm like, oh man, I hope it wasn't rude to talk politics with you guys here, but I guess there's nothing really political about the perception of gender. At least not to me, but I guess it could be. I guess there is a political sense of, like, the fact that there currently still exists a very prevalent binary that does hold us back a lot. And I don't really think that's, like, I don't know, I guess that could be something people would argue on, but I don't see how. So I'm like, that's just, Kano says, they're not real. Those pieces aren't real, they can't hurt you. But it gets kind of hard to know, what's like a political discussion when it comes to gender because people politicize gender so much, which is very unfortunate. I can't say I'm a fan. These fucking sleeves. Also, I can't say I'm a fan of the fact that they just keep swiping this shit off the edge. Tara says, argue that I don't give a fuck and you're wrong. You all disagree. Yeah, I don't give a fuck and you're wrong. Sorry, I make the rules. Oh, and intruder redeemed hydrate. Thank you. I will, in fact, open up this new bottle. Maybe on stream, I'll decimate it too. For your viewing pleasure. Kunona says, I don't really think that's a political topic, but people are weird. Well, that's reassuring to hear. Thank you. Tyr says, it's my stream. I am infallible. Honestly, sometimes I feel like I'm like, I make the rules. Oh, shoot. Speaking of though, I think in my rules I have like, don't bring up politics unless I'm doing it or something for a cause. And I think that's kind of what I stand by is like, okay, well, if I bring up like any sort of like how people are perceived in gender and stuff like that, and then people are like, talk about it with me, then I'm like, that's fine. I'm okay with that, but I guess I don't. I guess if someone brought that up impromptu, I don't see it as politics, so I'd be fine with it. So, but I guess if I'm talking about something else political, I guess I don't really talk politics a lot on stream in general. So if that's not politics, then that still stands. Kanona says, bait them, start a political topic, and if someone replies, ban them. Yes. Like, here's my politics, and then someone's like, I don't really agree, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't see your message on the account that you're banned. Man, Mudkip's really going ham. I say this like they're sentient and they're racing. I feel like that gives me more pleasure. Tara says, haha, ban! I mean, that's one way to weed out people that might have concerning feelings. So I feel like a lot of my politics are like, be nice and considerate and open-minded. And I feel like if anyone's like, I don't agree with that, then I don't really want them in my stream. I don't feel like there's like, a lot of politics are just like, treat people with respect and value life a bit. And I think if there are people who are willing to debate that, it's like, alright, well, I'm not really willing to endure your company then. Mudkip is so close. There's like 1, 2, I guess 3, technically. But if it gets real close, I don't know if I'll count. No, I'll count that part. That's a decent enough chunk. I'll recognize it. Man, to be a little glowing bright Bulbasaur. Squirtle, not Bulbasaur. On a stream. I will work a little bit on Sobble. Now that I'm working a bit on Popplio, I feel bad that Sobble just kinda got thrown to the side. Alright, Sobble, let's go. Honestly, I feel like Gen 9? Or is it Gen 8? Yeah, Gen 8. Was the first generation where it was kind of like hard to have. I feel like Gen 9 did this too though, like they followed it up really well. It was the first gen where every starter was like really, really good and I liked them all. At least that's how I felt about it. Because other generations, there was always like a starter I didn't care that much for, either its final evolution or its starter. I do wish I liked Scorbunny's final evolution more. I don't remember its name off the top of my head. There's a Bulbasaur is my favorite water Pokemon. Kurona says, nope, that's Bulbasaur now. Yeah, I'm sorry, Bulbasaur. Renamed. Kurona says Cinderace. Yes, Cinderace. I only didn't like Cinderace because it looked like it had a squid on its head to me. And that really threw me off. Intruder says, I think Gen 2 is mostly bangers. Gen 2, let me think. That's, not Mudkip, Totodile. Totodile and Cyndaquil and Chikorita, right? Oh, yes! Chikorita, Totodile, and Cyndaquil are a solid starter pack, to be honest. I didn't like Chikorita because it looked like a bean. And as a kid, I hated the leaf on its head. I thought it made it look dumb. It's weird because a lot of these, though, these takes I had are from when I was young, and I don't really feel that way so much anymore. I'm like, no, Chikorita's cool. I like Chikorita, it's very cute. And I actually like Cinderace more now, even though I was a full-grown adult when it came out. I feel like Cinderace has grown on me. I've seen it from multiple angles and enough. I feel like from the front it looks less like a squid. From the side, the hat looks like a squid. But maybe the squid's becoming endearing. Dear says, yeah. Okay, cool, thank you. And Corona says, yeah, and Hard agree. And Dara says, I love her, little bean. I can see why it's endearing to others. I liked drawing her. I think drawing her made me like her more, because Kamini won the first group with Chikorita. And after drawing her and seeing like a bunch of reference photos, I was like, I say her, but like, I'm playing Pokemon Sleep right now, and my Chikorita is a dude, and I know there's dude Chikoritas. They gave that guy jewelry, and I'm over here assuming. But I wear jewelry. But Rain's gender discussion. But yeah, Chikorita, I like it more after seeing all the references of it. I think it's a lot cuter than it was when I was growing up. Kuno says, sometimes I look at some Pokemon and I'm like, that one looks dumb. I would die for them. Me and Quagsire. Honestly, I totally feel that. Like, Quagsire, the reason I like it so much, lore, backstory, entering Quagsire scene, the reason I like Quagsire so much is because when I was playing Pokemon, Soul Silver, I think, this is you. I know it's you. Okay, cool. That does go there. And I think this actually goes to your frills, and that's why it wasn't matching up. And this actually goes to you. Wow, I'm so smart. I'm getting this belatedly, but eventually. Intruder says, gender would be funnier if it was Pokemon types. I wish. We have a lot more options, too, than what society's currently given us. Luckily, internet is here, and also giving us plentiful options. Oh, this is that little bit. So Mudkip, I think, only has... Okay, still 2. Kuna says, true. Man, I don't know what, like, Pokemon type I would say my gender is, but... Oh yeah, Quagsire. Crow says, what type are you? Ground. And you? I'm a fairy. Honestly, what if you, like, and then you could be dual type, or you could be, like, probably some people be, like, tri-type, or, like, omni-type, or, like, type fluid. I think that has a lot of potential. I mean, genuinely, there probably is someone out there that identifies with those elements and feels represented in a gender way through Pokemon, and that's pretty darn rad. But, Quagsire, it's because I was looking for a Pokemon that reminded me of my cat at the time. My cat was a little weird guy, as you can imagine, because Quagsire is the one I landed on that looked most like him. I originally named my Wooper Coral Cat, and I didn't even think anything of it, but once my Wooper evolved into Quagsire, I immediately was like, this is the one! Like, the whole run I'd been looking for. One that looked like my cat and reminded me of my cat at the time. And that was it. It was Coral Cat, so I ended up renaming it in the game to be my cat's name at the time. And man, I have never been the same. I have loved Quagsire with so much ferocity, so much genuine, like, admiration. But my current cat reminds me of Choodle, and so I really like Choodle too. But Quagsire is definitely my favorite. Kudo says, the chosen one. Yeah, I had no clue. I was like, getting Wooper, it didn't remind me of my cat at all. But then getting evolving into Quagsire, I was like, oh my god. You are my cat was like this, like, really, like, lazy, cute, doofy looking, stupid ass looking, cute. Oh my god, so cute. I can't stress the cute enough. But he looked weird as hell. Like, something that other people would be like, I don't know if I want that one. But you, like, want to die for it. I feel that. Tears says, I love Wooper. Wooper is good. Wooper's a great, like, that's a great lineup. There's that duo. I always love when I see art of, like, the two of them, Wooper and, how does this not go here? Wooper and Quagsire, because the two of them are really good. You have to go in here. I'm not making, this has to go here. Okay, like, I know you do. You have to. That's puzzle rules. But, okay. We have a good amount more of everyone. Except for Poplio. I need to really move toward Poplio. So far, we got some pieces. I don't know who this is. I'm assuming it's Squirtle. Squirtle. Oh, here's Mudkip's tail. It's so close to being the first one done. But yeah, I feel like if I had to tie my gender expression to a Pokemon type, I think that'd be hard because I know my gender expression is male, and so I don't... This is you too, isn't it? It is. You little bitch. Keep confusing me. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, Totodil's not done. I was gonna say, did Totodile just finish? No. We're really closing in, though. But, if I had to, and not just be like, oh, my gender expression is my fashion style, because I don't think fashion equates to gender, at least not for me. So other people have different experiences where their gender is intrinsically linked to their fashion, but I don't find that personally. I just think of it as clothes and fabric, and I don't think anyone's clothing is really inherently gendered to me. But Kuno says clothes are clothes. Yeah, I feel like there was recently a poll that my friend did that was like, what's a dumb item that's gendered? And I think my answer was clothing. Like, it's literally just fabric. It goes on a lot of us the same anyway. It's like, or it goes on a lot of us differently just based on body types, but not really based on, like, any other factors, I guess? I don't know. People be like, especially if you're like, oh, well, it's like, this accentuates boobs, or this one accentuates broad shoulders. And I'm like, but those aren't gendered things either. And I think that's kind of the assumption with a lot of clothes, and why it's, like, easier to market that way in, like, a binary form. But even then, it doesn't fit everyone well. I'm like, just sell clothes advertises for people with broad shoulders. Just sell clothes that are advertised as people with hips. Like, that would help so much more than just being like, these ones are for male and female. Also, then would everyone have, like, a huge variety of color options and style options? Like, why can't someone with broad shoulders have a very cute blouse that fits them just well, too? Also, you done? Oh shit! Totodil's done! Okay, well, cool. I will mark it down. Kuno says, I'm just saying, I would totally rock a skirt. You would rock a skirt! Honestly, every friend I have that, like, is, you know, you're taller, broader, like, less curvy, like, lower-voiced person who, like, is worried about how society will perceive them when they wear a skirt. I'm like, at least know you can do so around me. Like, please no. Like, I would be so happy, and I just would be so happy that you tried new fashion, new styles. Like, I want that for you. I want that freedom of expression that I just don't think society has given us quite yet, because there's still so much prejudice and weird fear over how people put fabric on their bodies. But I think it should be something people have, like, a safe place and just like a happy time exploring. I want everyone to explore fashion more. And if people are like, I don't give a shit what's on my body, you know, power to you. That's super fair. But I think everyone should have the safety and privilege to do so. Judah says, I kind of assume the real reason clothes are gendered is because clothes marketed as being for women is generally more expensive despite costing the same to produce. Oh, that's true. That can totally be like, especially since the whole girls like clothes is like a thing where it's like, oh, well, guys can't express themselves in a visible way. They're like more uniform because they're more stoic and stuff like that. But girls have, like, so much fun expressing, and there's been, like, this huge hype over, like, girl cosmetics and stuff like that versus guys having any sort of expression, which, lame. Super lame. But I think then they can market it up and make it cost more, and there's just generally, like, a lot of... See, this is what I'm saying when I say the binary holds all of us back. This is shitty, because then there's, like, these diverse and fun styles because we've been talking about fashion like it's a girl-only thing. And then, and by we, I mean society, not this chat. Alright, Miku, you're gonna sit up there. But, so he's like, oh, it's this girl-only thing, and then they make it harder for girls to access, and then they make it exclusive to girls, and it's like, that's really stupid, because... I don't know, and it's not even like it's just becoming exclusive to girls, it's just becoming exclusive to anyone who's got hips and has the eyes that are allowed to wear that sort of thing by society. It's very frustrating. But then yeah, we can't ever have those expressive things for anyone with a different body type, with less curves. And Corona says, that's fair, and then they take away their pockets. Yeah, and then on the clothes marketed toward women, they're just like, no pockets for you. And it's like, what? And then there's like, then they were like, oh, well, we'll just make a whole different device for that, purses. But then I'm like, well, why can't purses be toward people who don't have curves? Why can't everyone have purses? That's such a freaking cute-ass little accessory there. But also, they're kind of inconvenient. What if you're someone who's got curves, but you don't want to carry a fucking purse with you? Bullshit. Intruder says, it really comes down to capitalism being evil. Yeah, it really just manipulated the binary and our perception of gender to, like, make the utmost amount of money, and then there are people willing to die by it, and I'm like, that's so unfortunate. I can't imagine licking that many boots in a day. Tira says, my brother lost his luggage one time and is a very large man, and I'm a very small person, so it was hard to find clothes, specifically pants for him. So I ended up wearing my long flowy skirts, and he was like, I love this fucking rules. And he wore them everywhere during the visit and didn't feel self-conscious, didn't feel girly, just was like, this is awesome. That's the kind of euphoria stories we want. Like, I just want people to feel happy in clothes. I want them to have fun in clothes. It doesn't even have to be like a gender experience. It can just be like a fun experience. That's so wonderful. I love that. I love clothes. I love style. I'm so glad that your brother had such a nice time wearing new clothes. And Judah says, it's like they'll have two identical bottles of soap, but they're marketed differently to men and women and cost differently. Yeah, it's like, this is a scam. The binary is a scam. It is bullshit. And capitalism is a scam. Tira says, Terry Crews loves his purse. Good for Terry Crews. I don't know who that is, but good for him and his purse. I like my purses too. Gano says, I go around wearing my mother's purse when she doesn't want to carry it. That just means I have more carrying space. Yeah, right? It's like when you're in a video game and then you get like extra storage unlocked. That's such a privilege. And then people will talk about it like, oh yeah, the wife has to carry the husband's wallet. And like, always has to carry all the belongings for the household or whatever. It's like the duty because she has the purse. And you're like, what is this weird ass fucking routine that you're expecting the world to fall under? That's so creepy. Why is it like government mandated women carries purse for male? And I'm like, I don't know. There's a lot of weird bullshit around gender that I'm just like, why? Who does this doesn't help anyone, surely. And Mudkip's done! Mudkip's done! Tira says, very manly actor. Terry Crews sounds like the name of a very manly actor. I feel like I know who that... Oh, hey! The 2 was already... Oh, wait, no, it's on top of Poplio. Never mind. Moving it over Mudkip. Wow, guys, we're in the final hour! I'm gonna Google who Terry Crews is. Because I feel like I know who that is. Yes! I do know who this is! I am so glad he carries a purse around with him. There is something about an exceptionally buff person wearing really cute and lovely items that just makes me so happy. Corona says, and it's always weird watching these videos of men coming up with weird ways to carry their wives' purses without it seeming like they're carrying a purse. That is like the lamest thing. I mean, like, and I don't want to like bash anyone's perception of like what makes them comfortable and stuff like that. Like if it's like, oh, well, I don't know, I feel like it's contradictory to how I want to be expressed. But if it's like, it's contradictory to how society wants me to express, and I'm like, okay, bootlicker, like, what the fuck? Like, that's so frustrating if you're just like, oh, you have to cater to it because society, and I'm more comfortable living within society's expectations. And I'm like, but have you tried outside of it? And it's like, no, because why would I waste time on that? I'm like, that's... So you've had no self-exploration out of the outline that you were given. That's just kind of, like, I don't know, that's off-putting to me. Except, of course, honestly, there's an exception for whenever things aren't safe. If you're somewhere where you have to live within society's guidelines, then I wouldn't blame you. But for people who have the privilege to explore themselves and yet they don't because they'd rather reinforce what they've been given, which holds everyone back, it's just kind of like, alright, cool, I guess. But, I don't know. A guy who wears a purse, a guy who wears a skirt, anyone who just, like, challenges the binary in general, regardless of how they're doing it, in any way, I feel like that just, like, gets so much respect from me. I really appreciate when people do that. As someone who challenges the binary, but in a way that is safe. I will admit that me wearing skirts and dresses and stuff, it's actually the behavior expected of me because people expect me to be female. So I'm in no danger in doing what I do. And I wouldn't ask anyone to do anything that would put them in danger. But I think it is just kind of nice. I get a sense of euphoria and happiness when I see other guys willing to try, Piplup's done, willing to try more diverse fashion, more fun fashion. It makes me feel like, I don't know, like being one of the guys isn't just wearing cargo shorts and flannel. One of the guys can just be hanging out with a bunch of men who happen to identify as such. And I think that's really nice. It dilutes the waters into a way that makes everything more accepting and comfortable. Derek says, yeah, Terry Crews actually talks a lot about stuff like that because he's a very manly man that he doesn't like having anything feminine cut off from him by society. Like, he obviously does it anyway, but it's like, that sucks. That does suck. Because, like, especially people, I think that's why, like, when people who are really, really buff, do, like, cute or, like, pretty or delicate things, I'm, like, exceptionally happy. I'm like, this is so nice. This makes me, like, it just gives me that dopamine. It makes me so happy because I know that that's a group of people that specifically has a really hard time expressing anything that isn't stoic because it's this whole weird warrior mentality of like, oh, if you're gonna like have that kind of muscle, you need to behave this kind of way. And I think seeing people contrast it and go against it is really something powerful. It's very inspiring. But unfortunate that we're still in a world where that is the status quo. I'm excited I'm in the age where we can address and challenge these things. I'm like, please. I'm so glad. I'm glad that there are places at all in this world where we can challenge these things. So, hopefully they just keep expanding. I think we will, the more we talk about it and the more we act on it. Colonel says, can't argue with that, because safety above all. Yeah, safety above all. I would never ever ask anyone to, like, step outside their comfort zone or try to, like, dive more into their self-reflection if it's in a situation that would cause them harm or lack of safety. I think where I live currently is a place where I'd have a really hard time recommending anyone do that. Because, man, where I live right now is so fucking hostile. I can't go into politics because I think it will just dox where I live. Because it's, like, kind of notorious for some of the shitty-ass stuff it does. Dear says, yeah, I do hate that having to do things in a way to prioritize your safety blows sack. Yeah, it really does. Like, I am so sorry to anyone who has wanted to explore more of how they present themselves and just can't. I hope that you can find some sort of outlet via music or art or something to yourself that is safe and is fulfilling in any capacity. We all deserve a world where we can be who we are, harmlessly and unharmed. Tira says, the place I live is also hostile. Yeah, it is. I am so sorry about that. It's unfortunate that's, like, more normal than otherwise. We have one last piece of Poplio, so if I can find this top piece, I will. Not that I'm gunning for it, but I'm like, well, I don't see a top piece with a piece of Poplio on it. So, Poplio might be hanging in there for a second until I can find that. I'll go ahead and put this on Sable. And this is the tail. Right? Thank you for having these very mature and, I don't know, just, like, nice conversations. It's nice to talk about these things instead of, like, sweep them under, you know. So, thank you for talking with me about such complex, subjects today. That's what this was! Oh my god, Sable, your arm had me so fucking confused. Okay. Sable's not done. Probably has 4 more pieces left. Squirtle has 1, 2, 3 more pieces left, likely. Poplio has 1 piece. Froakie has 1 piece. I'm going to just put all the character pieces on top of Poplio for now, so that they can be more, like, randomized, I guess? Since now it's very obviously, like, a lot of them are put in piles. I feel like it'd be kind of blatant if I went for a specific one near this end, as now they are just piles. I don't think the other ones were as much, but Miku, don't you dare fall over. Alright, well, I just found Froakie's piece in this pile and I know exactly where it goes, so he is done. We are getting close. Wait, and is Oshawott? No, Oshawott still has a little bit of ear. Yeah, I hope you can stay safe, everyone. I hope. Despite circumstance. I hope that you are well. And it says, Miku can jeopardize the entire puzzle. She's like, this is not a Miku puzzle. I would do a Miku puzzle if there was one. 10 out of 10 would do a Miku puzzle. Oh yeah, something else that has happened. Tira said she fightin'. She is! Oh my gosh, I always have to prop her in the corner of the figurine stand. She's the only figurine I haven't packed now because I always had her out, like, for this stream. Her and, like, these little tiny trinkets. Like, my desk is so bare right now. Tira says, if they made the voltage designs in a Miku puzzle, that'd be cool as fuck. Holy shit, I would be so happy. I'm surprised you got normal Miku. Like, not super surprised, but like, oh yeah, context for anyone. There's a quiz. Kunono and Tirif took it, and I took it. Oh gosh, I just pulled out my headphones. Kunono says, I'd buy it. It would be so cool! I would turn that into, like, a thing, too. I would totally do a puzzle for Project Voltage Mikus. But the context says, there was a quiz that's like, which Project Voltage Miku would you be? And Tirif and I both got normal, and Kunono got ice. And I feel like I'm like the quiz was actually really well made and stuff like that. Like, I really liked it. It was a fun time to take. It was for both Vocaloid and Pokemon fans alike. And for those who don't know Project Voltage, it is a Vocaloid Pokemon crossover. For those who don't know Vocaloid, that's going a bit far back. I've had to describe Vocaloid to people a lot, especially where I live. No one knows what it is. Tara says, the quiz is really well made. Had fun questions. Yeah, like, what's your favorite, like, what song would you wake up to for Vocaloid? That was really hard. I was struggling because it was, like, it had Melt on there, which, for those who don't know, Melt specifically, it's like a song about, like, it starts off about getting ready to, like, go on a date or whatever, and it's like, oh, I put, like, a cute hairpin in my hair, and I put on my pink skirt. That's totally getting ready for the day song. Tira's like, I did not know most of them. They're all great. I recommend each one of them. I think there might have been one I wasn't a huge on, like Mosaic Roll. Going back to the earlier conversation, I'm not a big Deco 27 person, but otherwise, a lot of them were really good. Tira says, and I wasn't really looking them all up. I just chose the one I knew. That's fair. You're most likely to get ready to the one that you actually know. But that question, they had Melt, which is like the ultimate getting ready for the day song, talking about like putting on your ribbon and your clothes and stuff like that. I'm gonna do a pile, and because I know one of these is gonna obviously be Poplio, and it will be very identifiable when it's Poplio, I'm gonna do like one piece per little pile I grab. Does this not go here? It goes this way. Okay. Kunono says, I think I picked Senbon Sakura for the song. That one's... And honestly, there was, like, not a bad choice. I mean, if you like Mosaic Roll, also not a bad choice. It's a very legendary song. But... they had Melt. Then they had World Is Mine, which is, like, I'm the #1 princess in the world. Which, like, if I don't wake up saying I'm the #1 royalty in the world, man, what a fucking powerful day it would be to do that. But, alright, doing one more piece. Where does this go to? It looks like Poplio, but it's not a side piece. How can it be Poplio? Is it... Oh, it's a bit of Sobble. Okay. That's a pretty powerful one, but then they had a Lens song on there, and Lens my favorite, so I was like, of course, I got the piece. Of course I picked the Lens song. Naturally. And a butterfly on your right shoulder. Oh, here's the Poplio piece. Poplio is done. Number 5. Poplio. Alright, it's down to the final 3. Whoever gets next, I think, wins. Tira says, I did choose Electric Angel. I knew World Is Mine, but I felt like it was too powerful for me. Too much to start the day with. Honestly, that's fair. It's a lot. It's a hefty story to start the day with this, like, royalty level confidence. I have to use the restroom, but I refuse to do that till this is over, so I keep resituating myself. If you hear my chair creaking around. But the World Is Mine, I feel like that is like a powerful song to start the way with. Melt is like a super cute, great song starter, so I really wanted to pick Melt. I really, really did. But I picked Butterfly on Your Right Shoulder because it's a Len song. And as much as I have definitely started days with Melt before, so like the question being, what would you start your day with? I technically lied. But I'm like, how am I not gonna pick a Len song? I didn't know there was gonna be Len options on the Pokemiku quiz. Oshawott done. Oh wait, so that makes it Oshawott. Holy shit. And it wasn't a tie! That was all I wanted. Hey! Congratulations! Oshawott's the winner! Woo! Yeah! Good job! Good job! Oh my god, that's you! I was like, I don't remember who's Oshawott. Congratulations! Tira says, New World moment felt like too powerful for me. Electric Angel's like, I'm thankful for those around me and they keep going, which is nice. That is a nice vibe. That's a good way to wake up. Humble and grateful. Tira says, I'm a fucking winner, baby. Tell Brez to get fucked respectfully. She'll appreciate it. Honestly, that's wonderful. Congratulations. Yeah, this is the first one Brez didn't win on a tie. Froakie just came too early, for lack of better words. But, hey, congratulations! Ursa said, whoa. Kanona says, LMAO, Tira. Hero says, I only say that because it's Brevs. I know she will find it funny. Ursa says, I come back to beef. And Kanona says, congrats! Congrats, Tira! How exciting! And you're right. You said earlier that you pick them based on what will look cute with you. I feel like this Oshawott will be very cute with you. Oh, now I feel kind of bad. You were here earlier during my Oshawott slander. It wasn't slander, I swear. It's a really cute design. I think Oshawott's great. I just really like Tuwat. So I forget Oshawott exists sometimes. But it's still good. I still love Oshawott. I do look forward to drawing it. It is really fucking cute. Ursa says, congrats, Cheer-ups! And Tira says, oh, it's okay. I've been here the whole time. I heard all the slander. I feel like that kid that got caught talking shit about the teacher, by the teacher. Like, I'm like, oh wait, shit, like, I'm like, oh yeah, the teacher's dog sucks. And then the teacher's like right there. I'm like, oh no! I didn't mean to insult your dog, I'm sorry. So then Squirtle's pretty much all done, then Sobble. Sobble was last in, not technically like in an order of things of like you're last, but like you were so close, and so was Squirtle. Squirtle and Sobble really gave a run for their money. That last trio, I wasn't sure it was going to be Oshawott, since it was either going to be Oshawott or I guess it would have been a tie between Sobble and Squirtle since they had a finishing piece together. So it ended up being Oshawott. Nira says, I don't even think Oshawott is my favorite starter. But it would look cute with you. It has kind of like a, you know, like it's got like cake icing. And it has like decals. And it has little freckles. And little tiny ears. Like, I don't know. I'm just describing its attributes, but it's because they're cute. Kuno says, last place, baby, let's go. Your Sobble did really great. I feel like whoever gets 7 and 8, I'm like really impressed by, I know it is weird, probably weird to keep talking about it like they're actively racing, but I feel like every time I am proud of those who come right after. I am like, wow, holy shit, like you did a really good run. I don't know, maybe I watched too much horse girl anime, but I'm like, wow, you were an amazing rival. Tira said, I also thought I would choose Oshawott because I feel like it's not the most popular design, or popular starter, and works well with the design. No, it's nice. They running. Yeah, they're running. I'm just so proud of everyone. Everyone gave their shot. Everyone tried their best. And everyone participating makes this a lot more fun of an event. After an hour, like when the bets go on for like about an hour, and they went on for about an hour this time before they were all taken, at that point I start considering like messaging people, because I like have made posts of like, hey, anyone want to claim them? Anyone want to claim them? And I just sit at my computer the whole time. So the sooner people like claim them, usually the happier camper I am, because then I can leave my computer alone. But obviously, I mean, no rush. I know it's always going to take a while, and it depends on the time of day that I do it too. So I'm never like upset with anyone. I'm more like, I'm going to start asking around people who, like, do you want to participate? Look, there's several left. No, I haven't had to do that yet, because usually within the hour they're taken. But around the hour mark, sometimes I even think, I'm going to take it if no one else takes it. And I'm glad it never came to, because I think it does make it so much more fun, is what I'm getting at, is it's just so fun when other people are in the running, and I know that we're all kind of like watching them race together. In slow motion, it feels. But it just makes for a good time. So thank you for your company, and thanks for your participation. Now we're in the boring part. There's nothing interesting here. You can leave if this is what you came for. But if you stay, I'll appreciate your company. Oh my gosh, you know those like VTuber things that are like the VTuber introductions, and they ask you like to do a confession sequence? Every single time I see someone do them, I always think, how would I do that? That takes a lot of confidence, like the like mock confession. I don't know. I feel like there's like a level of cockiness I'm not sure I can achieve. Or says, next time I'll be alive to participate. Yes, the final one, I'm gonna do it in rounds. I'm probably gonna do them in reverse. Or like cycle them out. So this time I did the bets. I think it was like noon, 4:30, and like 9 p.m. so that people in like different time zones and people like could best participate. Like if they couldn't participate in the first one because they were at work and stuff like that, or if they went in an incompatible time zone, then they can hopefully do it the next time around. So I tried to get like different people each time, and sure enough, there was no one who could make all three of them and like bet on all three, because I really tried to do them at different times for everyone. Tara says, I did one of those once, and I thought it was really fun, and I showed my mom, and she thought it was really believable, which was fun. And Tara also said, nah, I'm hanging out. Thank you. Wait, but did one of what? Ursa said, you're making me want to make puzzles. Puzzles. Oh! Like make your own puzzle? That'd be cool. I think, yeah, I've only done one of those when I was once as a kid, but it was a really small one. I would love to make another puzzle. The, like, audio recording thing. Oh, the confession thing! Oh, okay. This is what happens when I don't look up enough. Sorry about that. Yeah. Your mom thought it was, like, a believable confession? That's awesome, especially coming from your mom, because she would know. And says, no, wait, yes. That's so cool. You're a good actor. I feel like you put your heart and soul into, like, the words you convey, so I feel like being believable, I can totally see it. I don't know if I could be believable. Maybe the arrow would get in the way. People would be like, dude, we can tell. Like, you sound disgusted to even think about a romantic relationship. Just as a turn off. But, yeah, I tried to do the betting originally at different times. I probably will do that again, because I feel like it'd be kind of rude to do the betting for, like, the finale, all just at one time period all at once. Also take fucking forever, because it's all of the eight generations of starters plus their evolutions. That's like, let me do some math, 24 characters? It would take fucking forever. So, like, I don't want to do that. I'll probably do them in batches, and I'll do them in reverse. So those who were asleep for the water starters, okay, I'll do like the water starters first and stuff like that. So hopefully you can make it easier next time, if you're worried about it or so. Derek says, oh, I never feel like I'm a good actor. I just try to believe. Well, hey, your belief comes across. I think you're very successful. Bruno says, I can't be believable for that type of thing. I'll just start laughing. Oh, maybe that's more believable in its own way. Is like you're doing like a prank on someone. They'll be like, oh, like you were dared to do this. It'd be like a mean, like, relive your traumas moment. Like, they just started laughing at me because they couldn't sincerely ask me out. I think there's someone for an audience for everything. Because I would say, do it how you would be. Like, if you confess to someone, do it in your way. Like, how would you start a friendship or something, or ask to hang out? Yeah, if I did it my own way, it would come across really moe. When I was a kid and I didn't know I was a romantic, I had huge crushes on people. Like, almost yandere when I was younger. It was not healthy. Anime did not impact my view on romance very well. I don't recommend utilizing it for reference. But I was very much like, think about them all the time, and they were everything. This is probably unexpected lore now that I think about it. For a guy who's very solidly and comfortably aromantic and has been for years now, as a kid, when I didn't know that was a thing, I was very obsessed with the idea of being in my own, like, anime romance, and I was, like, a very, like, intense person about it. How does this not go here? Does it? You have to. Again, you have to. But, I guess I would probably do it in the most moe fashion possible, which would probably get someone going, I guess, because there's like a whole audience for it. But I think it would just be like, I would probably just try to recite something or say something similar. I would probably read. I did this as a kid once. I was watching an anime and it gave you fortunes at the end, and I wasn't sure if I should confess to someone that I liked. And then the fortune was like, confess to someone you like at the end, which was really weird because they are not romance fortunes. They were all about random ass bullshit that was just kind of goofy. So it just came out of left field, and I took it as a sign. I was like, very like, yes, I'll confess to them. It was not mutual. It was one of the few instances where that was not met well. But I feel like I was that kind of kid who would do the love charms on paper, and I would try to like really get into it, I guess. Oh, let me read chat. Tira says, I think that just makes it more genuine. And Corona says, if I did it my way, it'd come out very, very vague. That's fair. I think there's like a safety behind it, like a sense of like, oh, you know, if you like. I feel like I've been confessed to a handful of times, and I've gotten quite a few vague confessions. That's for sure. But luckily, I think it's usually sincere enough that it's like, it kind of comes across. Like, you know what the person's getting at. It's hard not to. I think there's a certain tone, an indication that, oh, this is what the person's talking about. Some people might not get it, but I was usually able to pick up on it. And Tira says, I think that makes sense, like almost very overcompensating, because you see how it's supposed to be or how it's presented to you, and if most of your romance reference was anime, it would make sense that your kid self would try and emulate that. Tira says that romantic love can suck, to be honest. Yeah, very biased. Yeah. But also, I've witnessed a lot of people have unfortunate romantic love, so hardy, yeah. But I've also seen it be incredibly rewarding for a lot of people. I don't understand it, since I think platonic love is like the coolest shit ever, and I don't know how you can get anything cooler than that. But hey, some people say they found it, so good for them, and if you're searching for it, best of luck. Dear says I have mixed feelings on romantic love, but I think I definitely prefer platonic. Yeah, it's very comforting. I think platonic love is just like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like you have to see eye to eye on all the most important things or whatever. It feels like there's just such heavy high standard for romantic love, and there's such expectation for romantic love. And I'm speaking, I guess, from the experience of someone who's at least tried it, but definitely is not a fan. And I've seen it also like weigh on family members. I've had 3 siblings, so I definitely, and my mom is very open about sharing her romantic stories. Her youthful exploits, I guess. And so I feel like I've always consumed a lot of content from both fiction, but also like reality. Like I watched friends go through a lot growing up, even if I wasn't the one going through it. So it's like, I don't know, I feel like I have a good handle on experience for it. I think romantic love, while it does appear to be very rewarding for a lot of people seeking it out, and who thrive off of that sort of thing, I feel like treating it as the default expectation for growing up, and you have to, and you must find it for a sense of happiness, I think that's really sad. I think in this day and age, we don't have to have romantic love to live. And so, and Corona says, I agree to the above. Yeah, I think platonic is just like, a lot of people tend to treat it as this, well, it's a stepping stone. It's just kind of like a given that on your way to the big one, you know? And I think that's just so sad. It's so unfortunate. It's a real shame that it doesn't always get the respect it deserves. It's nice to see that you guys are like, oh yeah, no, I think it's a really great time. Because I do think it's a great time. Hanging out here with you guys like this is a great time. I feel comfortable. I feel happy. I don't feel like there's any huge, overwhelming expectation. The puzzle's done! Woo! Woo! Dance the night away. I don't know that song. I can't sing more than that line. But yeah! The puzzle's done! Tara says, if you're in a romantic relationship and don't have any solid platonic friends and strong friendships, that feels unhealthy. I don't know. I would agree. Tara say, woo! Nursa says, yeah! The light is really strong in this direction, so I can like do puppet hands to my right. The way it's like casting this way. So doing this, I'm like, what the fuck's to my right? It's my shadow. Ursa says, cheer, 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 yeah! Oh man. I have to pee, but I'm really enjoying this conversation, so I'll try to stream out a little longer, just a little bit. Also, I need to give my gratitude message. I don't know. I feel like there's maybe like a sense of formality, like, oh, you have to say your gratitude, but I don't know. I feel like I want to say my gratitude, you know? Like, if there's like things that I'm really grateful for and I'm happy about, then you have to fucking sit and listen to it, okay? Like, that's your job. You're the one who made me grateful, so you better listen to it. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the company. Thanks for participating and cheering on all these guys. This is step 3 right before the finale. I'm really excited for the finale, as complex and out of hand as it might get. Tira says, I gotta eat. I've been working the whole time you've been puzzling, and I am hungry. Please eat. That is wonderful to hear. I hope you eat well. Thanks again for everything. Congrats again on winning. That's very exciting. I'll hit you up later if you have any pose references or any specifications, but yes, please go eat. Quinona says, go eat. Marissa sends hearts. Thank you guys for everything. Thanks for chilling around. This has been nice. Every time I come back to streaming, it always feels like it's a further and further time away. But it only, I guess it is that way, but it doesn't feel that way, if that makes sense. Tira says, but I appreciate it, thank you, it's so fun to hang out with you when I can. Ditto! It's always fun to have you around. I appreciate you too. This is fun. This is a weird idea to do, and it's been fun to do with you guys. And whenever I do stream again, it feels like I just streamed yesterday, I guess. Like it's a sentiment that nothing's passed. And together, we just kind of exist in this pocket of time that is very cheerful and very fun. So thank you for this supportive and fun pocket of time. Talk about complex things, talked about ecchi things, and I couldn't ask for more. Thank you. Ursa says, and we appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. I feel it. I feel appreciated. Konono says, same. Thank you. It seems that Shobra might actually be back up to streaming, and since he was here earlier, oh my goodness, getting my time tenses. I'm gonna go ahead and rate him. He is playing The Messenger, which is a very quirky and silly game, much like me. I mean, you can't quite compete with the commentary of yours truly. I do have quite the sense of humor. But I hear this game is very cool, and you'll have Shobra there, so now that we've gone overboard, that is already more than enough reason to join. I hope you enjoy your time with him. This is lots of love from Spain, best daily amigo, even if it's 3 a.m. I loved every second. I loved having you here. I loved having you all here. Thank you. And thanks for, I know you stayed up really late, but yes, Tira says, OMG, go to sleep. Yeah, I'll raid. Give you incentive. But, I think Shobra of the Shadows? All one word? Making sure? Yes. I did it with an exclamation point. Oh no, I do it with a slash. Oh, I did that. Alright, they changed how to do this since I've been gone. What do you mean that's an invalid username? I checked it. That's bullshit. Ursa says, make me. And Dara says, I cannot. We're gonna try this again. The raid's been created. Alright, we figured it out. Well, you know what? Twitch figured it out. I had everything under control. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for everything. I'm looking forward to the finale once I move. Thanks for catching up. Sleep well, eat well, take care of yourself. Have a wonderful weekend. Good luck catching up on your work. I've loved the time we've spent. And have a great night. Konono says, thank you so much for the stream and the good vibes. Thank you for the good vibes. Thanks for being here. And take care. Bye.
Yes, I believe that will do. One moment. Really? Yes, you have a perfect name for it, Prentice. No way! This is awesome! Now, I should get back to my tasks. Come back to me when your quest is over. That's it! I'll be back, and I promise to work super hard. Yes, and maybe we'll first address your vocabulary. Very well now, but my speech synthesizer seem to be acting up. Anyway, for now, Manfred, let me look. Messenger. I have a feeling I know who raided me. nice to meet to see all of you. Glad you're able to stream before the day was over. Hope you're having fun with the messenger. Raid Shadow Legends. Well, that happened. Manfred and the messenger saved the world. Can you believe it? Yeah, that was quite the adventure. When all of this is over, that event alone is totally worth the second playthrough, if you ask me. Anyway, I should get back to flying. Take care, buddy. Yes, one moment. The proper thing to do would be to give Rain a shout out. How was the jigsaw puzzle? I hope it was very good. And yes, I am very good. Not very good. I mean, I am good, but good in the sense of I'm feeling better. For context, I was not feeling as good earlier today. You forgot about shout-outs. Well, I am here to remind you. But yes, I was not feeling good, but I was able to listen in to Raid's stream. Not shout out my raid earlier. Well, I am certain the raider understands. But yes, I am feeling a bit better.
I've been streaming this whole time.